This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Authorities reported Wednesday that Chance Engelbert's death was likely an accident by falling off a Scottsbluff National Monument cliff. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the Engelbert family and others don't buy the cause of death.
What they do have a problem with is the fact that he would have gone out of his way to walk up that trail. It's several miles up that trail to get to the top of this monument when it was a dark, stormy night and he was intending to head back to Torrington. That was his plan, not to climb monument in the middle of a storm. The family has a problem with the term accidental, and they cannot believe that he walked up to the top of that cliff by himself, and they believe he was either driven or taken there.
The Moorcroft, Wyoming man was missing for more than 6 years before his remains were found in mid-October by a pair of hikers on a rugged cliff on the north side of the Scottsbluff National Monument. Wyoming U.S. Attorney Darren Smith dropped felony diesel delete charges Wednesday against Gillette-raised mechanic Levi Kretsch. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the dismissal and a Trump pardon for another delete mechanic signals a less aggressive approach toward the practice.
When the Trump administration took over this year, things kind of started to shift, and we could see that with the pardon of another delete mechanic, Troy Lake. And then on Wednesday, the federal district for Wyoming, helmed by Darren Smith, went ahead and dropped its felony level case against Levi Kretsch. Darren Smith called it the best interest of justice. It's still illegal to delete diesels, but this administration has a very different approach to it than the Biden administration, and just some signs that there's a softer, potentially, stance on it.
The 31-year-old mechanic was charged this summer with one count of conspiracy to violate the Clean Air Act and another of tampering with a monitoring device in the U.S. District Court of Wyoming. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The ex-boyfriend of Wyoming Representative Nina Weber is suing her on claims she cheated him out of $6,000 for an African hunting trip. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that a bench trial in this case is ongoing.
It's a small claims action, so it's limited to $6,000. It happens in the lower level court there in Park County. And so you have two very different stories at the heart of whether the state representative owes this $6,000 to her ex-boyfriend. Her attorney called it a political witch hunt, and she says, I had nothing to do with planning this trip.
The first day of the bench trial in Cody Circuit Court unfolded November 12th under Judge Joseph Dara. The second day is set for December 10th. Wyoming chefs say they don't trust artificial intelligence to tell them how to cook a great Thanksgiving dinner. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that AI is good for a general recipe, but sometimes artificial intelligence can miss key steps for that perfect bird.
It's maybe not the best thing you could do, but it's okay. So you get a almost right, just okay recipe for turkey. It's probably a good starting point.
Wyoming chefs tell Cowboy State Daily that AI turkey recipes miss key steps like brining and resting, so they still trust human expertise for a juicy, tasty turkey. Prior to the 1930s, Thanksgiving in Wyoming included jack-o'-lanterns, costume parties, and going door-to-door for what was basically trick-or-treating. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that the proper outfit was to wear a mask and a costume to dinner.
Historically, Thanksgiving was all about costumes, jack-o'-lanterns, and trick-or-treating. Halloween actually stole those traditions from Turkey Day. So everything that you think about on Halloween actually used to be celebrated on Thanksgiving.
Now, the proper dress code for a Thanksgiving party, according to the 1913 Cheyenne state leader, was a dainty and becoming Perot clown costume, complete with fluffy black silk pom-poms and a pointed cap. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I had a pretty normal mom life. Everything was pretty good, and it was a very happy life.
And we just had a new baby. And then all of a sudden, within a day or two, she's on life support and fighting for her life.
They told me my only chance was a heart transplant.
And the American Heart Association helped make that possible. Their research helped save me.
The American Heart Association funds research that leads to medical breakthroughs, trains people in CPR, and certifies hospitals to provide the best care for people who've had a heart attack or stroke.
I am very thankful for the American Heart Association.
One simple act today can save your life or the life of a loved one.
Heart disease is the #1 killer in America. To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
Well, hey, good morning. Well, let's fix my screen there. There we go. Good morning, Wyoming and the world. Holy cow. Welcome to Cowboy State Daily with Jake, but I got a facelift, or I don't know what happened, but no, it's me. It's Jeff. Happy Thanksgiving. My name's Jeff Rickett. I'm filling in for Jake this morning. Jake is, well, he's not sleeping in because he's listening. We know he's watching. He's our technical director today. But hey, good morning. Well, welcome to my house. This is the first time I had an internet radio station for 10 years. I did a morning show for a couple years on a radio station. I've done all kinds of different stuff, but this is the first time I've ever done an actual live show with video from my house. So, hey, welcome. Good morning. It's awesome to be on Cowboy State Daily. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much to Jake. Thank you so much to Jimmy. Thank you so much to all the guys at Cowboy State Daily for letting me fill in for Jake this morning. We got a jam-packed show, so we might as well not even, wait a second, because we've got Jen. She's waiting for us. She's in Gillette. Good morning, Jen. How are you doing? Thanks for getting up early with me this morning.
Absolutely. Good morning, Jeff. Nice to meet you.
Yes, for sure. Well, boy, we just heard it on the news. You have the headline. This is a crazy story, this Chase Engelbert story. Yesterday, the headline, Family Others Question Finding that Chance Engelbert's Death Was Accidental. The story of this Moorcroft man who was missing for 6 years. They end up finding him. There's all kinds of craziness. But first, give us just a little bit of recap on the story of Chase, Jen.
Okay, so he was visiting he lived in Moorcroft at the time he disappeared, and he was visiting with his wife, Bailey, her relatives in Gearing, Nebraska. So that's how he ended up over there. And he was out golfing with Bailey's in-laws, and an argument ensued. He called Bailey, asked her to pick him up. She did. They drove to her grandparents' house. The argument continued, and Chance got upset, and he walked off. And that was the last time anybody saw him, other than a sighting on video from a gas station in Gearing. So for 6 years, people have been wondering, where the heck did he go? And in mid-October, a body was found, and it ended up to belong to Chance. At first, they weren't sure, but there were belongings found with the remains that indicated it was, in fact, Chance. So mystery solved. We got a conclusive DNA and dental match, and that came on Monday. And then the question was, how on earth did he end up on this basic cliff underneath Scottsbluff Monument National Park, underneath this huge precipice on the north side of the monument that is not known for hiking? All the hiking trails are on the south side. So everybody was like, how on earth did he get here? Basically on the side of a cliff. A lot of speculation that he had fallen, which ended up being what the forensic analysts did decide happened. He fell from a towering cliff above, they think anywhere from 130 to
like 300 feet or something.
290, I believe, feet.
Yeah. So it's crazy here, Jen, because he got in a fight with the in-laws, and he was going to walk back to Torrington, Wyoming.
Right.
From Scottsbluff, Nebraska. So that's a jaunt in itself. There was video of him walking, like looking at his phone, like he's, walking the satellite path or, taking a map. So the guy obviously wasn't lost. And then walking up this hill, it was nighttime and the weather was bad, right?
Yeah, it was a torrential downpour to the point where there was a power outage across the city. So, and it was winds, I think, upwards of 50 miles an hour. So this wasn't just like a sprinkle. This was a full-on storm. And what his family has a hard time believing, they don't have a hard time believing he fell. Based on his injuries, it's clear that he did have a significant fall based on the breakage in his bones. So no problem with that. However, they just can't figure out why on earth a kid who was trying to walk, and his plan had been to follow the North Platte River and walk 35 miles, which you're right. I mean, that's a jaunt. That's a determined guy who was mad, right? He stormed off in the heat of an argument. But to end up on the top is roughly, there was a woman I spoke to who hikes it all the time, and she said, I mean, it's not an easy hike. It's miles upward. I think it was like 5 miles up. So this would be way out of his way. And not only way out of his way, but I'm talking a hike. I mean, it's like along a cliff. I mean, it's not like something you would do in the dark without any kind of flashlight. And his phone had died at 9:02. So depending on, there was roughly an hour between the sighting of him on video and when his phone turned off. So he would have had to walk basically, I think that's about 8 miles in an hour, which is doable. However, is it doable to walk up that huge cliff? So that's where the questions still arise. However, the questions do not arise with authorities. Authorities are very content to say this was an accident, end of story, case closed.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, we found him. He fell off the cliff. End of story. Yeah, you mentioned it, the lady, this Bridget Lehman, who retraced the trail and said there's no way that he could have did this in bad weather and in the dark. And if he's going to Torrington, why is he climbing up this huge thing to begin with in the middle of the night?
Yeah, and the investigators say they think he took he thought he was taking a shortcut to get to Torrington. That's one heck of a shortcut, if that's the case. And I don't know what they have. They've just basically have not given much information about why they have determined in an accident. They might have other information that shows him walking. I have no idea. You would think they would release that if they're going to close the case definitively. But so far, few details about how he might have gotten up there other than they believe he definitely got up there and definitely fell.
Yeah. Well, and that's what's weird. Is there a road up to there? Because people were speculating that maybe he got a ride or somebody got him up there?
Yeah. From my understanding, and I haven't been there, unfortunately, but from my understanding, there is a road. However, it's National Park Service, so it closes at a certain hour, and there's alarms that trip it off if somebody does try to break that and go past it. Yeah. So that your guess is as good as mine.
Because 8 miles in an hour. I mean, after the guy's been walking, that's quite a pace.
Quite a pace, and walking in rain in cowboy boots.
Yeah.
Or the cowboy-ish boots.
Yeah, it's
boots. Yeah. So it's a mystery. I've heard from so many people who have questions. I also have questions. My questions did not get answered, so I will continue to try. I'm just curious about if there's other information that they feel definitively. I mean, presumably they have forensics and other information that made them confidently believe that he did get there on his own and he did fall.
Yeah. Well, there's a statement in your story. It said investigators determined that the range of Engelbert's fall measured anywhere from 130 at the shortest point to 290 feet, where the torso was discovered. And then according to, and then, I mean, when I read that, I'm like, well, did he roll down the cliff? Did he get beat up and thrown off the cliff? It's just, that's even crazier.
Yeah, Jeff, everybody has, well, I shouldn't say everybody. There's people who do believe, yes, case closed, done, investigation complete. But there are, I think, more that do have questions about that. And I thought the use of torso was interesting also. It implies that the torso has been removed, right?
Yeah.
But that's not my understanding. My understanding was that it was an intact skeleton.
Huh. Yeah, just more questions. And just, like you said, case closed, accident, must have slipped, fall. And
also, I guess when I talked to Bridget, she said it's not like you walk to that edge and just jump. She said it's so crumbly. So you would have to have, or in her mind, you would have to have some kind of equipment to safely get to the edge to even be able to jump off, if that makes sense.
Wow. Well, and here's another case where a missing person, and they looked for this guy for a long time, and tons of people, cadaver dogs, everything, they can't find him. And then two hikers, 6 years later, stumble upon him, which, it's just crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, questions about that also for sure. They during that initial search for him, they had drones, they had air power. He was not buried. He was kind of silt runoff had covered him. He wasn't fully covered. So presumably he would have been visible. I mean, he was to the two hikers 6 years later, as you say.
Yeah. Wow. Well, it's Thanksgiving. What are we thankful for, Jen?
I am thankful for my many blessings. I was thinking about that. I wake up every day and thank you for putting me where I am I'm surrounded by good people. I love what I do. So I'm generally very thankful.
Yeah. Are we continuing with this story? What's on deck here in the next week or so?
I have got another story, actually one that publishes today, I believe this morning, and it's about a missing toddler. He's 10 months old, and he's presumed to be with the non-custodial parent. It's a custody issue. The father was trying to get his court-ordered visitation rights, and the wife skipped court and was on the run. So the father's obviously extremely frantic. He lives in Nebraska, so there's quite a distance also. And she was last in 10 sleep. She kind of has a nomadic lifestyle, easily can survive off grid, very scrappy. So the search is on for her. There's now a felony interference, and I don't know where that was. Yesterday it was being processed, so it might be in the hands of the sheriff this morning. If you'll notice, Jeff, I have a theme to myself, and that's missing people.
Yes, you do.
Speaking of which, I have another about a missing cowboy who disappeared in 2006 out of Gillette. I'm working on for the weekend.
Oh, wow. The mysteries continue, and Jen's uncovering them.
Yes, this is my life.
This is her life.
I uncover mysteries.
Yeah. Any word from Scottsbluff County Attorney Dave Eubanks? Because you said you hadn't heard anything by the time you published the Chase story.
I did not hear back at all. My questions to him were, is this officially closed? There's a bit of a divide. When the remains went into the custody of the county sheriff, the PD could no longer speak about the case. But now that the case has gone back into their hands, I have questions for them also. I will not get those answered today, I can guarantee you.
No. We're the only ones working today.
I know. We're the only suckers.
Well, happy Thanksgiving. Are we eating turkey? What's for dinner?
No, we're eating tacos at noon. Don't ask. I'm a non-traditionalist.
Wow, it's the chicken enchilada Thanksgiving, or
no? This is just straight beef tacos.
Just straight beef tacos today.
Yeah.
Wow, sour cream? No sour cream?
A little sour cream, I'm suspecting. Yeah.
Well, there you go. And she's working because another story is coming today.
I'm just taking a mini break, run over to a friend's, eat a couple tacos, and come back to my desk.
Yes.
That's my life. It's very exciting.
That's her life. She's uncovering every mystery in the state of Wyoming.
Maybe we can time to do these.
It takes a lot of time. Well, Jen, thanks so much for getting up early on your holiday.
Absolutely.
And
Great to be here. Thanks, Jeff.
All right. Have a great day. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too. Bye-bye.
There she is. Check her out. CowboyStateDaily.com. She's got the headline right now. Family, others question finding that Chance Engelbert's death was accidental. Just reading that story, this stinking glare that I have, my light, I'm trying to fix it. There we go. I do have a phone right there. 307-620-8866. Give me a call. You can also text me. Actually, I think I probably have to get that up here. Let me get my Google Voice going, which I don't even have going. So I guess I need to do that. I don't know if I've got it on this computer before. That's the one thing I didn't have ready this morning. I was doing really good. I was going to be dancing. Oh, there we go. Boom, just like that. I kind of know what I'm doing. Maybe. Possibly. We'll see. We got 4 hours of hanging out together. Jeff hanging out here in Sheridan, Wyoming. 307-620-8866. Give me a call this morning. Join the show. I love interacting with my listeners. I was trying to get a haircut this week. I was trying to get one last week before I did this show, but it's been a crazy week trying to get set up to do this behind the scenes. A big thanks to Jake. He's my technical director this morning. So yeah, so he's still with us. He's just behind the scenes this morning. If you see anything go wrong and something starts flickering, it's just probably Jake messing with everything. But yeah, so we had to get everything set up, get all the audio rights. You know, technology, as great as technology is anymore, it's still a nightmare when things go wrong. And we had a couple ups and downs, but we're on the air. I think we're on the air. I haven't heard anything different. I haven't got a text message. If I am on the air, give me a call, 307-620-8866. We can talk about the Chase Engelbert story. What are your thoughts on that? Does it seem like an accident? It's just fishy. I mean, the guy's walking to Torrington, and then all of a sudden, the weather turns bad. His phone's dying. So hey, let's climb up on a ledge. Let's climb up on a cliff at the Scottsbluff National Forest. I've never been there, which I was trying to think. Yeah, I've been to Nebraska. I think I've driven through Nebraska, but never really stayed in Nebraska or did anything in Nebraska. I don't think, but. So yeah, so big thanks to Jen. We do have a jam-packed show this morning. She's just one of our guests that's coming on. We have a Jewish country singer, Joe Buchanan from Texas. We're going to have him on in the next hour. I don't know. I forgot to ask Jake what Dawn Day weather is at 7:20. If Dawn comes on the show or what, but We'll find out coming up on 7:20. 7:45, we have a reporter, Jackie Dorothy, is going to join us. I don't know if Mark Hines is going to join us at 8 o'clock or not. We got the Cranberry Merchants coming on at 8 o'clock. I haven't told her yet, but I might just call my mom because it is Thanksgiving. You know, she weathers in Arizona, so we'll talk to her, or we'll try and call her. Renee Jean's going to join us at 9 o'clock, and then Daryl Smith, a gentleman that I know here in Sheridan, is going to join us around 9 o'clock. It's Thanksgiving, and he's thankful to be alive right now. He had a health scare earlier this year, and we'll talk to Daryl all about that. He couldn't walk, but he's back walking. He's doing great. I saw him on Sunday at Walmart, and he went to the Josh Allen game on Saturday. So we'll talk to him about that and all kinds of stuff. And you! Join us, 307-620-8866. We'll take a break. We'll be right back with more Matt.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories. Real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on your Thursday. Happy Thanksgiving. My name's Jeff, filling in for Jake this morning. What is today, the 27th? November 27th already. Man. Tomorrow's Black Friday. Is Black Friday just dead? What do you think about that? Here, I'm looking on the site. See how I look here. See if my head's getting cut off. I feel like I need to raise up my laptop here. Maybe I'll try to here. But, Black Friday, I've been getting emails, for like a week. Black Friday has already started. No, it's not even here yet. It's tomorrow. But what do you think about Black Friday? 307-620-8866. Remember the good old days when you'd wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning and go to Walmart? Do you miss those days? I don't know if I do. My brother used to drive to Billings at 1 o'clock in the morning, sleep in his car, and then go, stand in line at Target to get that TV for $200. Now you can go get a 70-inch TV anytime for $200 at Wally World. But yeah, Black Friday. I made the mistake like a week ago. I was on Facebook, and I have 2 cats, and I love my cats. You'll probably see them here. I had to shut my door and put a bag in front of it so my cats wouldn't come in the studio. I'll move my camera around here a little bit today during the show because this room that I'm in is my man cave, and there's just my brother came in here yesterday. It's like, this room looks like a 15-year-old kid's room. And I was like, yeah, you can walk into my room anytime and see something different. Because you can see my walls are covered, my ceiling's covered. I have figures everywhere. I've got Wrestling figures on my shelves, CDs, trophies, just crap. All not crap. It's my stuff. But during COVID, I had this is what I called my COVID midlife crisis. I'm a huge wrestling fan. WWE, AEW. I'll watch about any of it. But during COVID, AEW came out with their series of figures, and that's what's behind me is like series 2 through 7 or something is on the wall. A couple more WWE figures. You can see me and my brother dressed as Kiss one Halloween. But yeah, there's all kinds of stuff in my room. I thought about having a segment. I might here. We'll see how it goes here coming up in the third or fourth hour. Something in my room. I'll just grab something randomly and tell you the story about it. Because everything in here, weirdly has kind of a story behind it, which is even crazier. And now I got a new look because I'm doing the show. I got a new mixer because I had to fix that. I got 2 computers up here going. I got my new MacBook. We're styling and profiling now, so it's even better. Give me a shout, 307-620-8866. Don't be shy. I love talking to my peeps out there, and I like to feel that someone's actually listening to the show when you call in. I'm pretty sure I've got it dialed up here that you can call me. Let me just call myself here. Why don't we do that? Don't call my boss. 620-8866. Let's just see what it does here. Make sure it's working. What? Change your browser setting to allow Google. What? What happened here? Why it's not ringing? Oh, great. Well, that's not good. At the top right, click Settings. On the left, click Calls. Under My Devices, turn on Web. Oh, well, I'll see if I can fix that here in the next 20 minutes. Or maybe Jake, my technical producer, can do it while I'm sitting here talking. Go to voicegoogle.com. At the top right, click Settings. I don't want to bore you here. On the left, click Calls. Under My Devices, turn on Web. Okay, Calls, Web. It's on. Well, then why am I not receiving calls? I should be. Oh. There's a call. I'm getting a call. Let's hit allow.
From
Greg Johnson.
to accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press
Yes,
2.
we'll accept. That's what we're all about here. Oh, you there?
Should be.
There we go.
Yeah, hey, it's Greg Johnson, managing editor for CSD.
Hey, Greg, how's it going?
Good. I was I'm up putting up stories and was tuning in, and thought you're wondering if it was working, so I thought I'd give it a call.
Well, I'm glad you did. Thank you so much, because when I called, it didn't work, and you got through somehow. You have the magic touch.
Yeah. Are you a sports fan? Do you watch? Do you like to catch the games on Thanksgiving?
Yes, I do. You want to talk some NFL?
Sure.
What are we thinking this morning?
This is the one day that I will actually root for the Cowboys.
I was thinking that. I was like, what are people going to do today with the Cowboys-Chiefs play? Or do you hate the Chiefs so much that you have to root for the Cowboys now?
I do. I'm a lifelong Broncos fan, so I have to do that. But I also hate the Cowboys, but I hate the Chiefs more. It's the Raiders syndrome. And anybody playing the Raiders, you're all automatically their fan.
Yeah. Wow. And do you think I was hearing people saying that this Chiefs Cowboys game could be like the most watched NFL game ever because of the two teams?
I hope not, because neither team has shown themselves to be that great this year.
Well, and that too. Well,
it doesn't stack up to be the greatest NFL game ever. whether it's the most watched, I don't know. It could be.
Yeah.
It could be just because it has a captive audience. The only game on.
Yeah. Well, and like you said, both the teams are around 500, so that even makes the game even more important because the loser of this game really has a hole they're in.
Oh, definitely. The Chiefs. I would love to see the Chiefs lose because let's face it, Dallas is probably a long shot for the playoffs anyway.
Yeah.
Even if they win, so.
I mean, Dallas has to pretty much almost win out to have a shot at the playoffs. But hey, crazier things have happened. We'll see. So it's
yeah.
Where are you at?
Definitely. Are you a hockey fan? Have you been watching what the Avs have been doing?
No, I'm not a big hockey fan. Unfortunately, that's like the
they
only
won 10 straight. They beat. Who did they beat yet last night? They beat somebody 6-0 last night. They're just whooping up on the rest of the NHL.
Wow, really?
Yeah, they are just. They're just on fire. They're like 17-1-5. With like, and it's weird that they go by losses and then overtime losses, and they put them in a separate category. I think it's still a loss, right? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, that makes no sense. That's
I think it's still a loss, even if it was in overtime. They don't do that in other sports.
Hey, we lost in overtime, so it's not that bad, guys. Good job.
That's right. It was a loss, yeah, but it was an overtime loss.
But we played longer, so we don't get hit as bad. Yeah, they beat the Sharks 6-0 at home last night.
Yeah, it's crazy. I was looking at the stats, and one of the stats they keep is the point difference. Goals for and goals against. And the Avalanche are a plus 44 so far this year.
Wow.
The next highest plus goals for, goals against is the Dallas Stars at plus 16.
Holy cow.
I mean, it's just, and it's like people don't really watch hockey until like their team is good or something. But these Avs have been, they've been pretty amazing. They're worth checking out.
Yeah.
Avalanche, and I have to find something to check out because I'm a Colorado Buffs fan, so there's not a lot to watch there.
Not a lot there. Are they done, or do they have a game this weekend?
You know what? I usually would know that, but I don't even know if they have a game this weekend or not. They might, I think they might because they did have a bye.
Yeah, they might still have one more to go. We'll have to find out. Wow. Well, it's Thanksgiving, Craig. What are we thankful for?
Thankful for a lot of stuff. I mean, just thankful for all the stuff people take you granted for. That every day you get annoyed at things. I got to wait in traffic or whatever, and then you read other stories about what other people are having to deal with, and it makes you feel thankful, but also a little guilty that that you don't feel that all the time. We have a story that will go up later today from Zach Sontag. He went yesterday over to the Casper rescue mission where they served up the Thanksgiving dinner on Wednesday instead of Thursday. And some of the stories he got out of these people dealing with, trauma and addiction and things, and they're just thankful to have a place to go and get a meal, and it just kind of humbles you to think about, why you don't feel grateful for what you've got the rest of the year.
Yeah. There's always somebody worse off than you, no matter how the times are going. The Buffs are playing Kansas State Saturday at 10 a.m. at Kansas State.
Kansas, okay. Well, they should beat them, but the record says they won't. So I don't know. I should be thankful that they have a chance to win. There we go.
There you go. Well, you got to be thankful for Shedeur. What did you think about that last week?
I thought it was. Hey, Shedeur came in and he won his first game. I think it's time to retire his jersey with the Browns. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer, right?
Exactly. It's time to retire his jersey. I'm a Steeler fan, and I was just screaming at the TV the whole time, I told you to draft him. What the whole time during the draft. Draft Shador. Come on. He could have sat this year behind Rodgers. We would have had him next year. It would have been perfect. But, I mean, we'll see. He's got a long way to go. But I was glad for the kid.
And Rodgers has a great track record of being supportive and mentoring younger quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I mean that facetiously, of course. But
yeah.
No, but yeah. I mean the Steelers. I mean, there's that team that. I mean, they just never have a losing season.
Yeah. But 500 and then lose in the first round of the playoffs every year is rough, too. So I don't know.
That's true.
If I'd like to take a losing season and then make it to the AFC Championship one year. That would be nice. But we'll see. Well, so what are we eating tonight? What's for dinner?
I don't know. I'm just kind of hanging out. I was going to go down. I've got family in Denver. So I'm just kind of playing it by ear. I don't know. It just depends on, to be honest, because I'm an old guy now, it just depends on if when my butt hits the chair, if I fall asleep or not.
Yeah. And how exciting is the Chiefs Cowboys? Is it the later game?
It is.
I'll have to, yeah.
They're at 2:30, Green Bay at Detroit at 11. That's going to be a good game.
Yeah. Oh, it's
going to be a good game.
Games. All three games today.
There are 3 games today?
Yeah, the Ravens-Bengals is the nightcap.
Oh, that's right. The night game, Ravens-Bengals.
Yeah. We got the return of Joe Burrow, and I think Lamar's healthy, and then we even have the Black Friday game. What is it, Eagles-Bears?
Yeah. I don't. Is it wrong as someone who lives in Wyoming that I kind of now wish bad fortune on the Bengals because they canned Logan Wilson?
Now we don't have to root for him
They
anymore.
got off Logan Wilson, shipped him off, benched him.
Yeah.
Shipped him off. We'll see him with Dallas today.
Yeah. And the Cowboys defense.
But so I think they kind of abandoned the entire state of Wyoming with that move. So
yeah. So.
I know that's a very rational belief that's shared by many other Wyomingites.
Yeah. That I like that because I'm a Steeler fan. My kid's a Bengals fan, so I'll tell him that. I'm done even more with the Bengals because of that.
How does that happen within a family? I mean,
because I'm a Steeler fan, so he needed somebody to root, against. And he liked their jerseys.
Wow.
Their jerseys were cool when he was, 7 or 8. But
okay, yeah, wow. But they're in the same division, right?
Yeah. Get to play twice a year. I went to a Steeler game like 2 years ago, the first time ever in Pittsburgh, against Cincinnati with my son, and we lost. So that was even worse. But he loved it. So I was like, well, there you go. But next time.
So all your action figures up there, I heard you talking about being a wrestling fan. I have to admit, I really don't follow them much anymore. But when I was a teenager in college, yeah, I loved watching those. Well, and of course, as a kid, I would fake being sick to stay home from church, which a lot of kids do. But I would do it because that's when the local broadcast of the AWA would come on in Denver.
Yeah.
And I would watch, Greg Gagne and those guys going at it.
Yeah, Sergeant Slaughter, the Road Warriors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of those old ones, and it's like, and I know it's because Vern Gagne was leading it, but it seemed like Greg Gagne would wrestle like 12 times every show.
Yeah, and he was the
He'd
tiniest
wrestle
guy.
solo, and then he'd be in a tag team.
Yeah, and he never looked. I mean, you'd see all these huge guys, and then Greg Gagne was just this stringy little guy. But they try and put him over so much.
He looked like some accountant that walked off the street and put and those little tights that they wore. I don't know how you feel comfortable in front of everybody wearing those things.
Exactly. He was just a scrawny dude in his green little Speedo that he had on. Yeah.
So who's your favorite over all time? If you had a Mount Rushmore, who would you put on your Mount Rushmore?
That's a hard one because I watched forever. I mean, I was, you got to respect Hogan no matter whatever you think about him. I was a huge Shawn Michaels fan, and then
yeah.
I mean, it just Sting, Lex Luger. I was a big WCW guy instead of WWF.
Yeah, I like that too. I remember watching during those wars, those Monday Night Wars.
Yeah,
those were pretty good. I liked Sting. I liked the Nature Boy. He was great because of how over the top he wasn't. He would just go over the top. You know, the way he do those falls and it was just he went all out.
Yeah, throwing his jacket down.
Exactly.
Yeah, running against the ropes, doing leg drops on nobody. Yeah, just craziness. But well, right on. Well, thanks, Craig, for calling in. We know it works now.
Yeah. Keep it up. You're doing a great show.
Well, thanks. I appreciate it. Have a great Thanksgiving. Where are you? You must
you
be down
too.
in southern Wyoming if you're going to go to Colorado.
I'm sorry, what?
Where are you at? Are you in Cheyenne or where are you located?
Oh, yeah, I'm in Cheyenne.
Okay. Yeah. So, well, right on. Well, happy Thanksgiving. Safe travels if you go do something.
All right. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Thanks.
All right. Yeah.
Bye.
There's our editor-in-chief right there. But, go check it out. Go check out all the stories. CowboyStateDaily.com. We got to take a break.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the capital in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
What time is it? 6:50. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. On your Thursday, November 27th. My name's Jeff. Hanging in for Jake this morning. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Jake's not on vacation. Well, he's just taking the day off, but he's our technical director today. I'm filling in for him today, and I'll also be back December 24th, 25th, and 26th. So come and join me. We are streaming, cowboystatedaily.com. We're on YouTube. We're on our Facebook page, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. Did I say that? What am I missing out on? Something. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. It's hell getting old. You know, I hate wearing these things because I put my glasses on. I think my eyes look like they're, like floating in space with these stupid readers on. But then I take them off and I can't see anything. Everything's a blur. I can see far away just fine. Now, it's still dark out here in Sheridan. Wasn't it crazy? Was it Tuesday night? Boy, here in northeastern Wyoming, I'm in Sheridan. It was like at 4 o'clock Tuesday afternoon, summer, spring, anything nice just blew away in the state of Wyoming. Just the wind came up. It was like 60 miles an hour winds. It was like 50 degrees outside, and all of a sudden it dropped to 35, and I don't think it hasn't risen past 50 again. So it's just like, wow. Do I need to turn up my microphone a little bit? Yeah, we'll turn it up here. But yeah, I was like, well, there's Mother Nature telling Wyoming any signs of warmth are gone until 2026. That's it. We're done. But yeah, I don't know what. Let me see. I'm not a big weather guy. I don't like to sit here and tell you the weather rundown. 28 right now in Sheridan. The high is 44. Not bad. Tomorrow, 70% chance of snow. High of 37. Saturday, high of 20. Sunday, high of 22. And then Tuesday and Wednesday, it's going to snow. Dawn Day's coming up at 7:20 this morning. I'm going to try and jam in an interview with Joe Buchanan coming up here in the 7 o'clock hour, if that works or not. He is a Jewish country singer. Wrap your head around that. Last Friday, so, I get home. Fridays is always rough. It's the end of the week. You're like, man, tired, done. I just want to have a beer and relax. Well, I was working out at night last week after I got done working. And so I worked out, ate dinner, and my wife was doing laundry, and the dryer just quit working. It's like, oh, great. It's Friday night, just what I want to deal with. And I didn't want to deal with it. But my wife wasn't too happy that the dryer stopped working. So she was like, well, can you fix it? My tools, my dad was here. So my tools were over in Buffalo at my brother's house. I had no tools, nothing to work with. I went out in the garage. I found a ratchet set this little mini ratchet set that I had, so I could at least take the dryer apart. If you know anything about dryers, there's like 3 things that are usually wrong with it, that it's not working. But you could hear the dryer, like when you turn the knob, it was like humming. So it wanted to work, it just wouldn't turn on. So I was like, well, it must be the switch. So I took off the back panel, got my ohms machine or whatever it's called. I still had that. Thank God. I tested the switch. It was fine. I was like, okay. So it's not the switch. Then it's either the heating element, which I know it's not that because that doesn't have anything to do with starting the thing. So it's probably that little heat thermostat little thing. It's about that big. It's about 3 inches big with 2 little prongs on it. And it's a heat thermostat to keep your heat element from getting too hot or, to regulate the temperature. But if it's shot, your dryer won't start. So I tested that and boom, that thing was dead. And I was like, great. Well, I think I have one in my toolbox. I was like, oh, great. Well, that's not going to do me any good because my toolbox is at my brother's house in Buffalo. It's like, oh, great. So I'm rummaging around on top of the dryer because, you always have stupid random things on top of your dryer. And we have this little star. I don't even know what it is. It's like a jewelry box, but not a jewelry box. We just keep junk in. Random crap you find in the dryer in your pants pocket or whatever. But I open it up and bam, lo and behold, there was one of those thermostats. I was like, wow, somebody's looking down on me right now. It's Friday night. I do not want to be doing this. And bam, I just found the part that'll fix the dryer. Put it back together, swapped it out, put it back together. Took me 5 minutes, turned the dryer on. My wife was like, what? Is it working? I was like, yeah, it's working. It's a good thing your husband's kind of half handy. But it worked Friday. I did laundry Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday night, we're doing laundry again. And guess what happens? The dryer died. Go on to Amazon because you cannot get one of those heat element things anywhere. And ordered one up. It said it's coming on Sunday. Which, if you know anything about living in Wyoming, we do not receive packages on Sunday. Mail, UPS, nobody gets mail on Sunday. So I don't know if I believe Amazon. Maybe it's the holidays and the poor UPS or FedEx drivers are working every weekend now until Christmas. But we'll see. I ordered a 3-pack just in case. But my dryer, I don't know how long we've had it. 3-4 years. It's not that old. I went back on my Amazon orders. I think I've replaced 4 heating elements, and this is like 3 or 4 of those little thermostat things in the last 3 or 4 years. 4 heating elements in like the last 3 or 4 years. They do not make dryers like they used to. They don't make anything like they used to. Last month, I had to buy a new washing machine. And my dryer took a crap then too. What I think it was the heating element then. It just never ends. And my washing machine, it wouldn't drain. I worked on that thing for 4 or 5 weeks trying to get it. I got a new pump. I got a new control board. But I think the control board was the problem. But I ordered a control board. They sent it to me and it was broke. Yeah, it was like somebody sat on the damn control board. It was snapped and it was like the corner of it was snapped. I was like, boy, I am not supposed to have a washing machine or at that time. It was just insanity. But so I had to go buy a new one of those because I just gave up after that. I was like, I'm done with it. Just give me my money back. It was $100. And what was so crazy, I bought it from this parts store. And I was like, well, just send me a new one. Just exchange it. Oh, no, we can't do that. You have to purchase a new one for us to send you a new one. And then send that one back and we'll refund your money. I was like, no, it's not how it works. Forget it. I'll go buy a new washing machine. That's what ended up happening. But, yeah. So my dryer, we'll see. We'll see if it lasts after I get my new 3-pack of thermostats. Just unreal. It's Thanksgiving. What do you got going on tonight? You want to talk football? Who are you taking today? 3 big games. Packers, Bears, Cowboys, Chiefs, Bengals, Ravens. What are you eating? We had Jen on earlier. She's having tacos tonight. Craig didn't know what he was eating. I think we're having ham is what's on the menu. I'm the only turkey fan in my house. So my wife was like, well, you could get a turkey breast. And I go, no, it's too big a pain to be cooking that along with everything else all at the same time. But next hour, what do we got going on next hour? Oh, yeah, our Joe Buchanan interview, Dawn Day Weather, Jackie Dorothy coming up at 7:45. So stick with us. We've got Cowboy State Daily News coming up and lots more. Let's see if we got a new music bed here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We'll see you in 6 minutes.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Prior to the 1930s, Thanksgiving in Wyoming included jack-o'-lanterns, costume parties, and going door-to-door for what was basically trick-or-treating. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that the proper outfit was to wear a mask and costume to dinner.
So historically, Thanksgiving was all about costumes, jack-o'-lanterns, and trick-or-treating. Halloween actually stole those traditions from Turkey Day. And the newspapers of the day, all the way into the 1930s, said that Thanksgiving was a day for kids to go wild. So everything that you think about on Halloween actually used to be celebrated on Thanksgiving.
The proper dress code for a Thanksgiving party, according to the 1913 Cheyenne State Leader, was a dainty and becoming Perot clown costume, complete with fluffy black silk pom-poms and a pointed cap. The nation's Christmas tree that lights up the U.S. Capitol every year has come from Wyoming once. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the 67-foot Engelmann spruce became the people's tree back in 2010, featuring thousands of LED lights and more than 5,000 ornaments from Wyomingites.
A 67-foot Engelmann spruce that was cut from the Bridger Teton National Forest, and it was trucked all the way across the country to go up at the U.S. Capitol, where it represented the people's tree for that year. Senator John Barrasso is the one that advocated for that tree to happen. From what Senator Barrasso said, it's been, since then, the greatest tree that the Capitol has ever seen.
This year, the People's Tree for 2025 comes from Nevada, and the 53-foot red fir from the Humboldt-Troyabe National Forest will officially be put on display on December 2nd during a ceremony that includes the Speaker of the House and other dignitaries who help throw the switch to light the tree. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A Cheyenne couple is accused of torturing a 14-year-old boy. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports that prosecutors say the teen was forced to drink gallons of water per day and live in a basement.
The court records we obtained today show that allegedly that the couple had him living in the basement of their home in Cheyenne with just like a sleeping bag, and he had to wash his own clothes in a bathtub by hand. Obviously weren't feeding him properly. Now they've been charged, and the man is out on bond, and she's in jail under a $500,000 bond, and their court date's coming up.
Court documents show that medical doctors say the boy nearly died and showed clear signs of abuse and malnourishment. Montana authorities are searching for whomever shot a black bear cub and left its carcass to rot. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines says as far as wildlife crimes go, one game warden says this is as bad as it gets.
The guys I talked to up there said, yeah, he was a little big for his age, but it should have been really, really difficult to not tell that was too small a bear to shoot. Whoever shot it just shot it there and left it lay, just walked away. So kind of a terrible poaching case.
The cub was illegally shot sometime between November 20th and November 22nd west of Stevensville, Montana, and reported to authorities on Sunday. No suspects have been found. Authorities reported Wednesday that Chance Engelbert's death was likely an accident by falling off a Scottsbluff National Monument cliff. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the Engelbert family and others don't buy the cause of death.
What they do have a problem with is the fact that he would have gone out of his way to walk up that trail, several miles up that trail to get to the top of this monument when it was a dark, stormy night and he was intending to head back to Torrington. The family has a problem with the term accidental, and they cannot believe that he walked up to the top of that cliff by himself, and they believe he was either driven or taken there.
The Moorcroft, Wyoming man was missing for more than 6 years before his remains were found in mid-October by a pair of hikers on a rugged cliff on the north side of the Scottsbluff National Monument. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
One more time before you wake up in the wild. In your eyes, I see a flower slowly dying.
Together with the Nature Conservancy, you have the power to make a difference. For unspoiled nature, for beautiful wildlife, and for people everywhere. Together, we can find a way to ensure that all life on Earth can thrive.
Oh, in the wild, you're gonna make it. The moonlight is here to take you.
Our natural world needs us now. Every day, we lose more lands, waters, and the wild species that depend on them. To learn more, visit nature.org today.
Good morning. Happy Thanksgiving. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's not Jake. It's not Jake from State Farm. It's Jeff here in Sheridan, Wyoming. Filling in for Jake this morning. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. For just joining us, you missed a bunch in hour one. Hour two out of four. You got plenty to go. My son asked me last night, he goes, how many people do you think are going to watch all 4 hours? And I said, me. That's who's going to be here all 4 hours. I'll be the constant. I wish you would watch all 4 hours, but, you know, hey, I'm a realist here. Joe Buchanan, American-made and Texas-raised. Joe Buchanan makes country music inspired by the Torah, his Texas roots, and the decision to become Jewish. This is a crazy story. He's a country singer who he met his wife like in early 2000s. They got married. It's like 13 years later, he realized that she was Jewish. Her mom was Jewish. So they were bouncing around churches and then decided that they wanted to look more into Judaism or becoming Jews. They did. Now he's turned it into a complete career. It's insane. But I had an interview with him, and it's recorded. We're going to see if I can pull this off. I tested it earlier, and it didn't work. So bear with me here for a second if all goes haywire. But we're going to go to an interview here with Joe. It's a great interview, great guy. Go check him out, Joe Buchanan. But let's try this.
When you said some of these songs are from like your prayer book, let's head to Texas to chat with Jewish country artist Joe Buchanan. Joe grew up in Texas, tried to figure out what was what. He bounced from church to church, met his wife, got married. 13 years into their marriage, he found out his wife was Jewish, and the rest is history. Now Joe's a full-time singer, songwriter, leads original Shabbat services, gives workshops, plays shows, just released his third full-length album titled Heaven and Earth. We're stoked to have Joe Buchanan on the show. Big thanks, Joe, for coming on.
Oh, I'm excited to be here. Thanks a bunch. That was such a great setup. Thanks.
Well, what if I told you, like in 2005, that in 20 years you were going to be a full-time Jewish country singer? What would you have said to me?
I would have thought you were out of your mind. Music was not at all on the radar for me. I never would have imagined it. I never would have imagined if you told me when I first met my wife, that I was going to find out she was Jewish later on. I would have been like, what are you talking about? That's not possible.
Yeah, because You taught yourself guitar. Where were you working?
Yeah, I was working in the chemical cleaning field. We had hydroblasters and technicians, tank cleaning that go inside, refineries and chemical plants, things like that. And I was playing guitar just sort of for myself as a hobby. I just enjoyed it. I didn't have any real aspirations of doing anything professionally. But when this whole thing with my wife happened, it kind of, it really changed. It really changed everything, man. I spent a long time, trying to understand God. I always believed in God when I was a kid. It made sense to me, but I kept running into walls everywhere I went. And I figured, well, it's just, God and I will settle up at some point and figure it out. And we were outside the Holocaust Museum. Do you mind if I tell you this story?
Oh,
I didn't know if this is where you were going. I'm just sort of going here.
Right on.
Yeah, we were outside the Holocaust Museum in D.C. when she goes, we just went through there. We're both shaking. I mean, you're not the same when you see that place. And she goes, I want to get in touch with my people's faith. And I said, what are you talking about? And she goes, I'm Jewish. And I said, how'd you get Jewish? And she's like, I was born Jewish, like I'm out of my mind. And I was like, that's not a thing. And she's like, that's exactly a thing. She was like, my mom's Jewish. I said, I know that. She goes, my mom's Jewish, but you don't know that I'm Jewish? And I was like, you never said I'm Jewish. Yeah. My wife was born in a military family. They lived all over the place. There was no ritual in the house. There was no observance. There was no community or anything like that. So she didn't really know anything about what it meant to be Jewish. So we found a rabbi, and, the stuff he told me really made me want to do something different with my life in a big way.
Well, and the crazy thing is, I think you said it earlier, this was 13 years into your marriage. And this was not like 6 months in.
Yeah, no, this is not right. This was a ways in. My son, it was funny when she told me that. She goes, I don't know if you know this or not, but our son's Jewish. And I said, does he know that? And she was like, I guess not. I tell this story in a lot of Jewish communities. I do a talk called Choosing to Be Chosen, and everybody looks at me like this is not a true story. And it is. The truth is that unless you grew up with like a Jewish best friend, or you dated someone who's Jewish, you happen to be married to someone, like that passing from the mother to the child or the father to the child, that's not a common knowledge thing. And so I was like, how was I supposed to know?
Yeah. Never came up.
Never came up. What's funny, the first date we went on was her cousin's Jewish wedding. And she was like, how did you not put the pieces together? I said, look, all I know is the AC went out. It was a free open bar. It was the best wedding I've ever been to. That's all I remember about that wedding.
Yeah. And it's your family. Who knows if they're different, whatever.
Well, exactly. I mean, I have members in my family that, belong to different churches and different different stuff. I didn't know. I was like Jon Snow, man. I knew nothing.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I know nothing. Judaism or anything. You're talking to a guy from Wyoming. I looked it up.
Right
we
on.
have like 1,100 Jewish people in Wyoming. I mean, I know 0 Jewish people. So so you're educating all of us. So that's why I wanted you on the show too, because we're Cowboy State Daily, and that's get the word out a little bit. But it's crazy,
a pleasure, man. Thank you.
Because you got flack. You could explain this, because there's like 2 different. I mean, there's probably all kinds of different Judaism or what, but like the hardcore people didn't accept you converting, or what was with that?
Yeah, well, there's a whole, there's a lot of different groups, right? And there's a group of folks who are, they're the Orthodox kind of side of Judaism. And unless you have a conversion through an Orthodox rabbi or one of their rabbis, they don't recognize your conversion. Everybody else does, except for that group. So that was something that, that's been a bit of a challenge at times, but, I've come to fully accept that, and I've kind of realized that has a lot more to do with them than it does with me, and it really doesn't bother me anymore. You mentioned not knowing a lot about all this, and like what we actually believe as a core concept is not widely known. If you were to look it up, you would get the most complicated, well, here's all the resources and books. I walked into a synagogue. This is where it started. I walked into a synagogue in Houston, Texas, my wife and son, after we get back from D.C., and I said, I said, hi, my name is Joe. This is my wife, April, son, Nathan. Turns out they're Jewish. I'm not, and none of us know anything about this. And here's what the rabbi told me. He said, all right. He goes, you want me to just break it all down for you? I said, yes, that'd be great. Thanks. He goes, here's the deal. He goes, there's one God, and there's nothing wrong with you. He said, there's nobody between you and God, and you're great. Just like this, you're great. He said, you do good because it puts more good in the world. It's not for a reward later or fear of punishment. The good you see in the world is the reward for doing good. He said, we don't know what happens next. We just know what happens now. This life is a gift, and you have to take good care of it. Take care of you, take care of your family, help take care of the world, do some good out there, be a good neighbor with the world. He said that, and you are loved by your Creator, and you're part of creation. And I was like, is that it? He goes, no, there's a lot. He goes, there's a lot more, Joe. And I was like, well, I want to do this. I mean, it made so much sense to me, and it was like talking to my grandfather again. And it was amazing. It was like 30. It's so weird to say this. It was like 30 years of therapy all at once, you know. And I really struggled hard, and that was a turning point. So I started down the process to join the tribe, and it takes a little while to do that. It took me about a year and a half to go through everything, but I started writing music so that I could better understand the stuff I was learning, you know, a lot of new things. And my rabbi heard me, and he asked me to, you know, play some songs in front of folks, and somebody else heard me, and I started getting invited to come to different synagogues and, you know, be part of services or do a song here or do this, or hey, do you play weddings? And finally I sat down with my wife, and I was like, all right, I got to figure out what this is. And the hope now, we're 3 albums in, and the hope with this music has always been just to do some good with it and be kind of an open door, you know, for folks who don't know much about the Jewish people, to say, hey, look, we're your neighbors, and what we do is a lot like what you do, and we put on our pants the same way, you know, and we like country music, and we lived, you know, we're in Texas, and we're all over the country, and, you know, we're just like you, and we're just living our lives like you. And because there's a mystery, I think, about us that a lot of folks have, and there's no mystery to it. We're just folks. And so the hope is that it's kind of an open door to shed light on a lot of things that may seem mysterious, and then also at the same time to help uplift the Jewish people, and to help be a good representative of the folks that really took me in a big way.
Yeah, it's amazing, your whole story and everything. So what? I mean, the new album, you have a bunch of songs. You got 50 tracks on here, first of all, and then are these in Hebrew? Because I looked it up, and there's all kinds of different dialects. What are we?
Well, it's all, most of the songs are in English. I mean, that's my native language. Yeah. That's what I write in. There are a couple of tracks in here that are primarily in Hebrew. There's there's one called Ma Tovu and Lachadodi, and there's a Hashkivenu. Those are really the 3 Hebrew songs, and they're from our Friday night liturgy. So it's from the prayer services that you may see. Every album I put out, I try to put a couple of songs from our prayer book on there. It's a reinterpretation of those tunes. But all the rest of them are just sort of inspired by either experiences I've had as a Jewish person, our values, just things we believe, you know, put into sort of story form. So most of it's English. The vast majority of the album is in English. It's funny you mentioned the 15 tracks. Every album before this has had 14. And we were trying to come up with a name for this thing, and I said, well, there's 15 songs. I can't trim it down to 14. 15 is the number. We almost called it One Too Many, which I thought that would have been a great title.
Yeah. So how long did it take you? Because I mean, can we speak?
Yeah.
What, Hebrew?
Oh, so I'm not a super fluent Hebrew speaker. You know, I can't if I'm in Israel, you know, I can't just have conversations on the street with everybody. It takes me a little bit to kind of work through it. But our prayer book, you know, when you open up a Siddur, what we call them, our prayer book, it has usually 3 things on it. It's got the Hebrew, the transliteration, which is kind of a rewriting, phonetic writing of what the Hebrew is saying, and then the English translation. And for me, I'm pretty good with prayer Hebrew. Like, I can open up the Siddur and I can chant from it. And for me, it was like learning song lyrics. You know, part of joining the tribe, the reason it takes so long is you go through the whole Jewish calendar. They want you to spend time with the community, go to the services, experience the, Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and attend regular Friday nights. And the goal is that you get to see what is it like to live this way for a year, possibly more, so that by the end of it you can decide, is this what I believe? Is this something I can stand beside and that I can own and decide what to do with on my own? And learning the prayers was really important for me. I love singing. I love praying out loud through song, and it was important to me. I kind of treated them like learning lyrics, so it really, really helped me quite a bit.
Yeah, probably made it a lot easier. Go check Joe out. He said JoeBuchananmusic.com. He's on Facebook, Instagram. Go to YouTube. Check out his videos. His latest album, Heaven and Earth, is out now. You're like a hip-hop artist on this album with all the collaborations, Joe. It's like, man, well, he's got a lot of friends. Or
part of doing this work that I do is, I do play, bars, venues, clubs, and regular, what you think of as regular venues, but I also play a lot of Jewish communities. And I've built a lot of relationships with people who are song leaders or other artists in those communities. And we sing together and spend time together. And sometimes it's just a really good fit. And it's like, hey, you want to be on this? Or, hey, you want to be on this song? And it's one of the ways that I try very hard to involve my community more in kind of what I do, and to also be a better part of that community.
There's Joe Buchanan. Go check him out, joebuchananmusic.com. We got part 2 of Joe's interview coming up a little bit later on in the show. But coming up here in about 2 minutes, we're going to chat with Don Day. And how's that weather forecast looking?
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer's fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
How many musics do I got playing here? 6? 2? Who knows? Good morning. Welcome back to the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. 7:25. We're running behind because we have the one and only, the man that knows weather more than whoever knows weather. The one and only Don. Hey, thanks so much, Don, for getting up on your Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Well, happy Thanksgiving to you as well.
Wow, I feel like, I'm talking to a celebrity because this is the first time I've talked to Don, but everyone knows Don Day's voice, in the entire state of Wyoming. Because how long have you been doing this, Don?
Longer than I care to admit to, but I've been doing this for over 30 years.
Wow. And are you exclusive to Cowboy State Daily now, or what's the deal?
Well, I'm a little bit of a free agent. I'm exclusive to Cowboys Daily in some aspects, but I also work with lots of other radio stations across Wyoming, Nebraska, and Colorado as well.
Yeah. Because where do you live in Wyoming, or where do you live?
I live in Cheyenne.
Okay. Sweet. And you've been there forever?
Well, for most of my life, yes.
Yeah. Wow. And can you believe the way that things, have transformed through, how you've done this throughout, the years, the decades? You were probably doing it live on radio station, now recording it with the internet, with everything. I mean, it's just insane.
Oh, it is insane. The technology is incredible, and the changes in the broadcast industry is just really hard to fathom. When I first started, I actually did what was called a phone feed. You would call the radio stations, and you had to do it. You couldn't be late 1 or 2 minutes, and you would count down, and the guy on the other end would put the phone down and record you. And you had to be right the first time because there wasn't the availability to do another take. And so I can still finger dial faster than anybody else on earth, because I would literally do, I don't know, I would dial a number 80 times a morning,
Yeah.
And so yeah. And then all of a sudden someone said, hey, you can record these on a computer file and then you can send them to somebody on the thing called the internet. Yeah. It's come a long way.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I was talking about it earlier. I think it was like Tuesday at like 4:00 here in Sheridan, Wyoming, where it went from 50 degrees to 35 degrees and the winds went from 2 miles an hour to 60 miles an hour. It was like out goes fall and any kind of niceness for the rest of the year. And here comes winter.
Yeah, there's no such thing as an easy transition in Wyoming when it comes to changing seasons. It's kind of like, okay, we're done.
Yeah.
Okay, it's time for something new. We're not going to gradually put you into this. We're just going to start right away. And that's how especially winter gets started around here. It just makes up its mind. And once it is, that mind's made up, you're all done with the nice weather.
But boy, it was like November 20th or 20 last weekend. There was kids walking around town in shorts and a t-shirt. And I was like, this is incredible. I mean, how nice was fall compared to previous years?
Yeah. Well, in some aspects, November was warmer than October in a lot of ways, if you look at it. So, yeah, I mean, November's been beautiful. Now that we're changing the weather patterns, I think a lot of folks are ready. It depends on who you talk to. I mean, one thing I learned a long time ago in the weather business is nobody's happy with you. So a lot of people are happy about the nice fall weather. A lot of people are mad about the nice fall weather. But everybody gets mad when the weather gets bad. So that's the one common denominator.
Yeah, the skiers are mad. There's not enough snow.
Right.
The people that don't like the snow are happy. Yeah, you can't win them over. But how are we looking today? It's looking pretty nice around the state, right?
Yeah, for the most part, this Thanksgiving is going to be pretty benign. I mean, we've got a lot of high and mid-level clouds. We are going to see a few snow showers in the high country, but there's really nothing today through about noon tomorrow that's going to be a problem. When we get into tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow night, the northern part of Wyoming is going to, what you just described, a big shift in the weather. Well, that's going to happen again.
Great.
Friday afternoon in the north, and by evening, it'll be in the south. And there's going to be enough snow. There's not going to be a lot, but there's going to be enough late tomorrow through Saturday morning to grease up all of Wyoming's highways and mountain passes. So if you're traveling, you've got today, you've got most of tomorrow without any problems. But once we get into tomorrow night and Saturday, be ready for some winter driving.
Yeah, well, and I always say when I was in college, driving back to the UW and that road, it was always awful. The end of Thanksgiving, like that Sunday, was always bad. So I was like, well, it's got to be bad.
So you talking about that drive through the Shirley Basin?
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, the Shirley Basin is what I would describe as its own, it has its own climate.
Yeah, it's its own cosmic vortex out there.
Yes.
The 21 miles before Medicine Bow, you do not know it's always awful. The wind's blowing 800 miles an hour. You just never know what it's going to be like. So,
well, you can leave Laramie and the sun will be out.
Yeah.
You could drive through the Shirley Basin in a mini blizzard, get to Casper, the sun's out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's amazing. Well, and if you go on to cowboystatedaily.com, you can actually ask Dawn a question. I was just reading your question today in regard to our thunderstorm season article. Can you reassess the data on a per capita basis, especially when considering population of the states? What's he talking about here? It could affect me as I own a hill on my property, which I plan a communications tower and likely will have a lightning rod
that's
installed
lightning.
when it goes in.
The western states are one of the higher incidents of lightning strikes and lightning fatalities and lightning injuries, and that's where that came from. And if more people lived here, we would have more instances of people getting hit by lightning. And it's a real danger, as opposed to Florida, which has the highest number of lightning hits. Florida has a few more golf courses than we do. So
yeah,
there you go.
That's funny. If more people lived here, you'd get struck by lightning more. So maybe that's a reason to keep them away, Don. Don't move to Wyoming. You'll get struck by lightning.
There you go.
So since we had such a nice fall, what are we thinking for winter? Is it going to just be awful?
Well, yeah, there's certainly plenty of winter to come. For those folks unhappy with the lack of snow so far, I think you're going to, in a few weeks, you're going to probably forget about how nice November was, because a nice warm period of weather in the fall isn't what we would call a proxy for winter. All indications suggest that December, January, and February will offer up several opportunities for snow, several opportunities for cold weather. In fact, from what we're seeing, at least, there's nothing that would say we've got a mild winter coming. When we get to the core winter months, which really is the next 3 months, it looks like it'll be colder than last winter. Snow in Wyoming varies widely. I've seen winters where parts of Wyoming just get creamed with snow and other parts don't.
Yeah.
And you always have to account for that variability, but we're going to see that. It really starts with this first front, because we've got another opportunity for snow in southern Wyoming on Sunday. The statewide snow chances go up late Tuesday into Wednesday, and maybe another chance the weekend after this one. So after weeks of really having nothing coming through, now all of a sudden they're starting to get lined up.
Yeah, they're piling up. They're like, we haven't hit you yet. Right. We're knocking on the door. Here comes winter. Yeah. Well, it's Thanksgiving, Don. What are we thankful for?
I'm thankful for everything. Thankful for where I live, thankful for my family, thankful for health, all those things, and thankful for the Wyoming weather, which can give us beautiful weather in times of year you don't expect it, and lousy weather in times of year you don't expect it.
Yeah.
That the weather here is an immense challenge, but at the same time, it's also really, really fun to track.
Yeah, and wait 5 minutes, it
Exactly.
could change drastically in Wyoming. Are we turkey, man? What are we eating today?
Oh, yeah, I am old-fashioned. We got the turkey, the pumpkin pie, got the stuffing. The only thing not going to do this year, we're not going to do the cranberry sauce. That's been put on the bench. Maybe we'll bring it back next year. But everything else is I'm just like that Norman Rockwell painting. That's the way my Thanksgivings are.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the classic, the traditional
That's
Thanksgiving.
Right.
Well, Don, we appreciate you waking up and joining us on your Thanksgiving.
I'm glad to be here, and you have a great Thanksgiving.
Yeah, you too. Thanks a lot, Don.
Bye-bye.
Check him out. That's Don Day. You can go to cowboystatedaily.com, the daily feature, Don Day weather, and you can give Don a question. That's kind of cool. I didn't know that until just looking on the site. But a big thanks to Don for joining us. You can join me. Give me a call, 307-620-8860. 888-866. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. What do we got, about 10 minutes here? Maybe we can get a little more of the Joe Buchanan interview here before we have Jackie coming up here in about 15 minutes. Let's try it here. We'll see if this doesn't crash and burn. Well, that didn't work. Oh, I tried. Here, let's try it one more time. Here, let's.
These songs are from like your prayer book and
yes, sir.
Different things you do. Is it easier or harder to write faith-based music?
I think I approach it very delicately because there's kind of two thoughts here. Number one, I'm 11 years old this year. I converted 11 years ago. I always tell people I'm 11 years old. My beard came in early. I'm so tall. I'm 11 years old. So there's that part of me that says, hey, look, you've been welcomed into this house as a member, right? As a member of the tribe, but you didn't grow up here, and I got big elbows, and I'm always concerned about getting something wrong, and at the same time, I want to represent who I am and how I reflect on these prayers. So it's a very delicate balance. I don't write a lot of prayer music because I tend to only approach it if I really feel like I need to connect with it. If I really need to dig deep in that and it feels like a prayer that I need, then I'll approach it as a songwriter. The Hashki Venu, in fact, that's on here, which is, lay us down. It's a prayer that we say in the evening time, asking God to lay us down in peace and allow us to rise in the morning with, new life and new eyes and a new opportunity, right? We're made of sunrises and second chances. And I thought, man, how often do people struggle in their life, look outside the window and say that they're thankful for all the things that they have, but not see any shelter. Hurricane Harvey came through Houston, and I mean, it was devastating. People had furniture floating up to the roof. They were on their, people up in their attics and swimming down the street. There were human chains saving people from cars. It was horrible. And I thought, how hard is it to sometimes see things like that happening or experience that and look out and go, where is God, right? If I believe in God, where is God? Right now, where is God? And what I realized in the midst of all that is that it was kind of like, you remember Mr. Rogers would say, you look for the helpers. Everywhere you looked, there were people helping people. There were people putting themselves on the line to save other people. There were neighbors helping neighbors. And one of our big beliefs is that we're B'Tselem Elohim. We're made in the image of God, all of us together in the world. And if you ever struggle to find God, and you're like, where's God? Just go look at people that are doing good in the world. And there is a perfect reflection of that. And so it was like, yeah, you can look to your fellows and your neighbors and the people doing good work when you have that struggle. And so that Hashki Venu has a real struggle feeling that goes from struggle to hope in the song.
Hashki Venu is off his new one, Heaven and Earth. Go check it out. I think was that your first single you released off the album?
Yes, sir, that was.
Yeah, so go check it out. It's a great song. Track 11 on the album. What? Yes, you shocked me when we came on here tonight because you're home. Because you were in Arkansas like 2 days ago or yesterday or actually today still.
I was.
You're going to Alabama tomorrow. I mean, so that's kind of nice though, because I figured, well, you'll just stay there all week or what. Kind of nice you get to come back and home. But you posted a picture. Explain this on your social media of what is this? Because like I said, I'm clueless.
Was that? Oh, it was the big the ark?
Yeah, the tour of the Shoal and this ark.
Yeah,
this is amazing. What is this?
Thank you very much. So that's the Ark, the Aron Kodesh, the Ark inside the sanctuary, which is where we all gather for prayer and things like that. It's usually behind a couple of doors or a gate. It has something above it we call the Ner Tamid, or the eternal flame, burns above it. And inside that Ark are the Torah scrolls, the 5 books of Moses, the Torah scrolls that have been kind of handed down and copied by hand by scribes since the first scroll. And so those are inside that Ark, and it's kind of protects them and also displays them for the community. And when we have services on Saturday, people come up, they open the Ark, they take the Torah down, they go around the room with it. Everyone gets to experience it, and then they unroll it and chant from it. So that's what that is. It's the Ark inside the sanctuary. And some of these buildings and synagogues and shuls, some of them have so much architectural, saying that word right, architectural history, and they're gorgeous. And every one of them is so completely different. I really want to put a book together called The Ark of the South that travels through the South to all these really old synagogues, that have been built way back, with some good photos of those arks. I think that'd make a cool coffee table book or something.
Yeah, and educate everybody at the same time, or show them what's out there that they're not even seeing. So
right down the road from folks. Yeah, these synagogues, it's wild. I grew up in Houston, Texas, right? Well, we had a ranch in South Texas, so I spent about 6 months out of the year down there and the rest of it here in town. But Houston has so many Jewish people, has a massive Jewish population. I never met anybody Jewish growing up. I didn't have any Jewish friends. I never heard about the Jewish people. I never saw a Star of David or a kippah or anything like that, because the synagogues are back inside the neighborhoods. They're not on the main highway. Yeah. So unless you were just exploring, you'd never run into one. So
there you go. Big thanks to Joe Buchanan, joebuchananmusic.com. His brand new album, Heaven and Earth, is out now. 15 awesome tracks. But a big thanks for Joe coming on the show. joebuchananmusic.com if you want to learn more about him. And I don't know if I said it during the interview. I think when I looked it up, there was 1,100 Jewish people in Wyoming. If you're one of them, give us a call. 307-620-8866 is the number. We had one caller this morning. Maybe we can get more. Or you can actually text the number too. Much more coming up on the show. We got Jackie joining us here in a few minutes. And the Cranberry Merchants are going to join us at the 8 o'clock hour. We don't know if Mark is going to be joining us or not. We'll find out. Might call my mom if she's listening. Get ready, Mom. Renee Jean in the 9 o'clock hour, and also Daryl Smith in the 9 o'clock hour. So much more to come here on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. My name's Jeff. I am filling in. Give me a call. 307-620-8866. What time is it? It's only 7:43. Let's take a break.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Welcome back to Cowboy State Daily with Jake. My name's Jeff, hanging out this morning in my man cave in Sheridan, Wyoming, filling in for Jake on your Thursday Thanksgiving Turkey Day. And Jackie is standing by, waiting for us. Here, let's go to Jackie here. She's in the Zoom room. Good morning, Jackie. Thank you so much for getting up and joining us on your Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you as well.
Our Central Wyoming reporter, Jackie Dorothy. Well, man, you had a crazy story yesterday. Wyoming history, Thanksgiving used to be about costumes and trick-or-treating.
Who knew? How did we forget about this? That's what I want to know.
Well, I'm reading the article and I'm like, boy, Thanksgiving was huge and it kind of got neglected, or it was like, okay, everything was happening on Thanksgiving. Let's spread it out now, or it's crazy.
It really is. When you read about it, I mean, here I found this article from the Newcastle, and it said that Thanksgiving was this day of fun and all about the kids, big and little. It was costumes. It was jack-o'-lanterns. I mean, the outfit you wore to your in-laws was a clown outfit, not your Sunday best.
Yeah.
So it was just an incredible day, and I'm shocked that we forgot all about it.
Well, and it wasn't that long ago. You mentioned it was going on in the 30s and 40s even.
It was. It wasn't until about the 30s where they started to see this shift of trick-or-treating happening instead of, as they called it, Thanksgiving masking. And what I also found fascinating as a historian is that we don't know how it started. It's just all of a sudden here's these kids in the big cities going around begging, asking for alms, and the adults are tolerating them with their bags of flour and their horns and just being mischievous. And they're like, let them be kids. This is their day. And they're dressed up in silly characters and costumes. So then you start looking at the timeline and it makes you wonder, was the Macy's parade preceded by this ragamuffin parade where the kids would be dressed up and parading down the streets of New York City? I mean,
Yeah.
It really does make you wonder how all this started.
Exactly. How it started and how it ended. It's crazy. Yeah, you said it. The 1890 Newcastle News reported, merriment should run riot on Turkey Day. Let Thanksgiving be a night of rollicking fun for the children, little and big. So yeah, if you were a kid, it was like, I can't wait for Thanksgiving.
Exactly. It was, and adults. I mean, that was what was really cool. I found this one article, I think it was a 1913 Cheyenne newspaper, and they're giving you patterns. They're like, here's the coupon, clip this coupon, send it in, and we'll send you a pattern to make a shepherdess dress, or you can make a clown outfit. I mean, get your big silk pom-poms out. This is Thanksgiving. This is what this day is about.
Yeah, it's amazing. I wonder, when thinking about how did this die? How did it switch to Halloween? Do you think it was big business? Was it companies? They said we got to spread this out. What?
That is a really good question because you think about it, is that it was a huge retail business as well. Because I found a Chicago newspaper and it was saying masks are for sale and this is their biggest night of the year is
Yeah.
Thanksgiving Day. And then it switches to Halloween and it is a big commercial day anymore. I mean, you have to have the best costume. You don't make it usually, you just go buy it.
Yeah.
Who knows?
When I was reading your article too, the research you did on this, how did you find half of this stuff?
Well, I admit I'm a bit of a nerd, so I got out the Wyoming newspaper and I just started Googling. And I have to admit, the first thing I did was Thanksgiving murder. It's like, was there a story that happened that was just really good? And I was like, this isn't happening. So I put Thanksgiving fun. And this story started to emerge about what people did on Thanksgiving. And it fascinated me. And I figured if it made me interested, it would interest our readers as well.
Yeah, go and read the article. It's a great article by Jackie that's on cowboystatedaily.com. Yeah, the kids would walk around. You mentioned the bag of flour. If you didn't give them like a penny or nickel, they'd smack you alongside the head with their bag of flour.
And then on the other hand, they had a horn and they would be doing that in your other ear.
Yeah,
Give us our pennies or our nickels or you get it.
Yeah, Wyoming history. Thanksgiving used to be about costumes and trick-or-treating. Crazy. What do we got planned today, Jackie? What are you doing for Thanksgiving?
Oh, we're doing myself or a story? That's the big question.
Well, yourself first. What are you doing yourself?
Oh, definitely turkey. We're going to be, I made carrot cake instead of homemade carrot cake, so I'm excited about that. I think that's my big highlight. Probably catch the game, take a walk. It's beautiful here in Thermopolis. We're enjoying some really nice weather. It's supposed to get stormy, so we might as well enjoy it while we can.
Yeah. Wow. That's good. Yeah, because if you heard Don Day, it's coming, I think, tomorrow. So, yeah, and enjoy it today while you can. And then what's up for the next article?
Well, I believe it's going to be the one about the rare book, The Banditti of the Plains. We've all heard about the Johnson County War, and this book was published 2 years after the war and was the most banned book in Wyoming. Talk about book burning. This book brought it on. And there was about 1,000 of these books published, and only 28 are known to be in existence. So it is the rarest book. And what makes it so unique is that the author started out as a supporter of the livestock of the Wyoming State or the Wyoming Cattle Association. And then he moved on from there.
So what's the book about?
It is the Banditti of the Plains, and it's about the Johnson County War, first-person accounts.
Oh, wow.
And what happened is the invaders wanted to destroy this book. Up until the 1950s, there were stories in Johnson County of people coming to a bridge game. All the women gathered around, and when the women left, so did their banditti. There was a coach that, as an extracurriculum activity, he said, bring in your banditti, your original banditti books, and I will give you so many points and boost up your grade. So 28 kids showed up with their bandittis and all of them disappeared. Turns out he was dating a lady that was all for the invaders and wanted to destroy these books.
Huh, that is very interesting. I've never heard about that.
It really is. It was fun. Nancy Tabb at the Johnson County Library was telling me all about it. And so she's been gathering stories because what happened is that there was a guy from Sheridan that loved this book. His family thought he was crazy because he went out and purchased a copy. And then he bequeathed it to his daughter-in-law. She showed up in Gillette. She had planned to donate it to Wyoming. Turned out there was 2 of these books, and she was talked into not giving it to the University of Wyoming, but giving it to Johnson County because they didn't have any copies of this banditti book that happened in their own backyard. But what's so cool, and this is where the history geek comes out again, is that the people that signed the book, one was Red Angus. He was the sheriff during that time. He was the guy that the invaders had on their hit list and they were coming to kill. He survived and he signed the book 2 years later. The other guy was Robert Foote, who was a pioneer and friend of Nate Champion and all the people that were on the pioneer side. To give a quick brief interview, the Johnson County War was when the big cattle barons hired assassins to come into Wyoming, Johnson County, and kill specific farmers, ranchers, and supporters. And they were met with resistance because Red Angus and Robert Foote and all of those people supplied all of the ranchers and the civilians guns. And so it was getting ready to be a battle. It was the Johnson County War. Nate Champion was murdered during that time, and we have his diary that he was writing in as they were shooting at him. I mean, it's a huge deal in Johnson County. That's why this book is so valuable, is it tells the first person account. It's not edited, it wasn't changed. This is what Asa Mercer wrote after the battle, 2 years after it. And the invaders still had their supporters, the cattle barons, so they're destroying the book. So that's the reason why it's so important, and to give you an overview of the whole events.
Wow, that's crazy. And 28 copies. Did you see one?
I have not seen one, but I do now want to go down to, I believe it's at the Hoof Prints Museum. They're in Casey, and they have it on permanent display because she donated one to them and one to the Johnson County Museum. The Johnson County Museum has the 2 signatures in it, and they keep theirs under lock and key because it was appraised at $10,000 before they knew that it even had the signatures. So the historical value is priceless.
Huh. That's crazy. When are we going to see that? Today? Tomorrow?
I believe it's today. In fact, Greg Johnson, our editor, was giving me a call to make sure he got all the details correct.
Okay. So, awesome. What's our editor's name? Is it Greg?
Greg Johnson.
Greg. I was calling him Craig. Sorry, Greg.
He pulled the short straw, and he's working today.
Yes, he is. He called me earlier, but I called him Craig instead of Greg. So, way to go, Jeff.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
He was on the phone. You can't hear, but whatever. What are we thankful for, Jackie?
Oh, my goodness. There is so much to be thankful for. First of all, the good weather.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to just be a gorgeous day today. And enjoying the fall colors still. We finally got everything winterized, so we're prepared for winter.
Yeah, well, you're in Thermop.
Yes.
I'll ask you this. What's going on with the Star Plunge? Is it open? Is it what's happening over there?
Right now it's still in court. So I was just going to go around and start asking myself because, the Star Plunge is iconic here. And the ironic thing is I started going to the bathhouse. Never went to the bathhouse before because I always went to the Star Plunge, and it's free. You get a 20-minute soak. I thought, oh, that won't be enough. It's plenty. So we do still have the free bathhouse, and the teepee pool is getting upgraded. And they're actually, if you're interested, they're looking for some new lifeguards, and there's a job opportunity there at the teepee.
Wow. Huh. Well, interesting. So there's still other opportunities instead of the Star Plunge.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
That's a good
And
thing.
it's a great place to, I mean, if you've never soaked in our waters, what makes them so unique is there's like 27 different minerals. And they've had it tested, and it's some of the best mineral water in the world. It's comparative to what you can find in Paris, in France. The waters are they really are healing waters. The reason I started going is I had hurt my knee. I thought for a little bit I tore my meniscus, but I'm good. But I went into the pool, started walking around, and it worked. My knee is almost completely well now. And it is nice to soak, especially when it snows on you.
Yes. Yeah. It's even nicer in the wintertime. Well, right on. Well, thanks, Jackie. Enjoy the weather. Enjoy your Thanksgiving, and don't eat too much.
All right. Thanks, Jeff, and enjoy the Jeff Show.
Yes. Appreciate it. Well, there she is. Jackie Dorothy. Go and check her out, cowboystatedaily.com. That's a very interesting article that she's got coming up today or tomorrow. Sorry, Greg, that I called you Craig. I was wondering the whole time. I was like, was it Greg? Craig? Well, we talk some football. If you want to talk some football, you want to talk anything, give me a call, 307-620-8866. And my technician behind the scenes was trying to get my volume better on the phone calls, so I need a phone caller, 307-620-8866. Is it the top of the hour? It almost is the top of the hour. So we will hit news, and then we'll see if Mark joins us. If not, we're going to have the Cranberry Merchants join us. They're an independent music duo out of the Atlanta, Georgia area. Here's the news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Authorities reported Wednesday that Chance Engelbert's death was likely an accident by falling off a Scottsbluff National Monument cliff. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the Engelbert family and others don't buy the cause of death.
What they do have a problem with is the fact that he would have gone out of his way to walk up that trail. It's several miles up that trail to get to the top of this monument when it was a dark, stormy night and he was intending to head back to Torrington. That was his plan, not to climb monument in the middle of a storm. The family has a problem with the term accidental, and they cannot believe that he walked up to the top of that cliff by himself, and they believe he was either driven or taken there.
The Moorcroft, Wyoming man was missing for more than 6 years before his remains were found in mid-October by a pair of hikers on a rugged cliff on the north side of the Scottsbluff National Monument. Wyoming U.S. Attorney Darren Smith dropped felony diesel delete charges Wednesday against Gillette-raised mechanic Levi Kretsch. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the dismissal and a Trump pardon for another delete mechanic signals a less aggressive approach toward the practice.
When the Trump administration took over this year, things kind of started to shift. And we could see that with the pardon of another delete mechanic, Troy Lake. And then on Wednesday, the federal district for Wyoming, helmed by Darren Smith, went ahead and dropped its felony level case against Levi Kretsch. Darren Smith called it the best interest of justice. It's still illegal to delete diesels, but this administration has a very different approach to it than the Biden administration, and just some signs that there's a softer, potentially, stance on it.
The 31-year-old mechanic was charged this summer with one count of conspiracy to violate the Clean Air Act and another of tampering with a monitoring device in the U.S. District Court of Wyoming. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The ex-boyfriend of Wyoming Representative Nina Weber is suing her on claims she cheated him out of $6,000 for an African hunting trip. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that a bench trial in this case is ongoing.
It's a small claims action, so it's limited to $6,000. It happens in the lower level court there in Park County. And so you have two very different stories at the heart of whether the state representative owes this $6,000 to her ex-boyfriend. Her attorney called it a political witch hunt, and she says, I had nothing to do with planning this trip.
The first day of the bench trial in Cody Circuit Court unfolded November 12th under Judge Joseph Dara. The second day is set for December 10th. Wyoming chefs say they don't trust artificial intelligence to tell them how to cook a great Thanksgiving dinner. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that AI is good for a general recipe, but sometimes artificial intelligence can miss key steps for that perfect bird.
It's maybe not the best thing you could do, but it's okay. So you get a almost right, just okay recipe for turkey. It's probably a good starting point.
Wyoming chefs tell Cowboy State Daily that AI turkey recipes miss key steps like brining and resting, so they still trust human expertise for a juicy, tasty turkey. Prior to the 1930s, Thanksgiving in Wyoming included jack-o'-lanterns, costume parties, and going door to door for what was basically trick-or-treating. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that the proper outfit was to wear a mask and a costume to dinner.
Historically, Thanksgiving was all about costumes, jack-o'-lanterns, and trick-or-treating. Halloween actually stole those traditions from Turkey Day. So everything that you think about on Halloween actually used to be celebrated on Thanksgiving.
Now, the proper dress code for a Thanksgiving party, according to the 1913 Cheyenne State Leader, was a dainty and becoming Perot clown costume, complete with fluffy black silk pom-poms and a pointed cap. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For a Native American child living in poverty, opportunities are limited and filled with obstacles. Generational trauma, poverty, and a disconnect from their culture. These children are looking for a new direction, a chance at a better life for their families and communities. At St. Lebre Indian School, Native American children get that chance.
I like that they try to keep us safe. I do feel safe here. My favorite thing about Lebre is how they incorporate our cultural values into our everyday education.
St. Lebre is more than a school. Here, every child gets the education and tools to become the change makers of tomorrow.
Graduating from Lebre will allow me to attend bigger universities and colleges through their scholarship programs.
Learn more about how St. Lebre is helping lead our children to a future that is proud, prosperous, and free. Learn more at stlebre.org.
Good morning. Welcome back to Cowboy State Daily with Jake on your Thursday, November 27th. Happy Thanksgiving. My name's Jeff, filling in for Jake this morning. Jake's our technical producer this morning. He's fixing stuff behind the scenes to make me sound and look amazing. 307-620-8866 is the phone number. 7 minutes past the 8 o'clock hour. We're here till 10 a.m. We are streaming YouTube. We've got like 15, 20 people hanging out with us. 17 people watching on YouTube right now. Let's get it up to like 50. Can't we? Come on. You can also check us out on cowboystatedaily.com. We're on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch. I think we're all over the place. See, Jake's fixing us right now. Something with my screen. I'm trying to get rid of this stupid glare. I just can't. I need to get some lamps, I think. Or if it would get nice enough outside, I could just turn my light off. But then I think I'd be really dark. What do you got going on today for your Thanksgiving? Let's see if, Jake's got it under control here. What are you eating tonight? Oh, they're having trouble with the Zoom. They're going to call in. Either way, 307-620-8866 is the number. And there they are, calling us right now, right on cue.
From Cranberry Merchants.
It's the Cranberry Merchants.
To accept, press 1.
Let's accept and press 1. It's Steve and Diane Moore, live on Cowboy State Daily. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There they are. The independent music duo from outside of Atlanta, Georgia. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Well, first we got to get an update on Steve. Steve's had hip surgery. He's turning into the bionic man because this is like his third surgery in what, the last 2 years, Steve? How long has it been?
Yeah, that would be in less than 2 years, actually. I had a new left hip last spring. Then this time last year, I got a new, a new right hip last spring, new right knee this time last year, and then I just did get a new left hip.
So how is it going? I mean, it's modern medicine is amazing because you were walking that day. Because how long has it been? Like 2 weeks or less than 2 weeks?
I had the surgery back on the 10th, and it's going very, very well. Everyone with physical therapy tells me that I am ahead of the curve. I was driving 4 days later. Haven't had to use any kind of prescription medication like painkillers, so everything's going great. I've got the best nurse caregiver I can have with me helping me out, so couldn't ask for more.
Yeah, Diane.
Yeah.
You almost should be a nurse now, as much you've had to take care of him.
Yeah, I would think I would qualify as a nurse and a physical therapist.
the home caregiver, Diane Moore. That's it's crazy. But so, are we back at work, Steve? Or not?
No, I've got 3 months off to recover.
Oh, okay. Wow, 3 months. Well, that's nice of them. You'll be running
Yes, it
laps by the time you get back to work. But
have to do it right. Make sure your body's ready for it. Can't just jump back in.
yeah, I love watching you guys on social media. Go check them out there on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. They're everywhere. Go check them out, cranberrymerchants.com. You go and eat at all these different restaurants around the Atlanta area. What have we found any new ones lately, or what's our highlights?
Well, we try and we go to some of our local favorites, but then also kind of go to the ones where when Steve is working, we don't have time to go to. Like recently, we went to a little diner here called the Thumbs Up Diner, where it's usually only open like the first part of the day. But now that we're almost kind of living like retired people, we can go to these early morning places and go check out the places we usually miss out on.
Yeah, it's fun watching them. And you guys have 2 cats, and I was going to tell a story on the show this morning. I was on social media, I was on Facebook or something, and like there was this, I can't even remember what it's called now. It's like a cat spout or kitty spout where the water's running all the time for your cat to drink out of, because your cat shouldn't be drinking water out of a dish, or it's not good for them, or I don't know. But it got me sucked in. How are your cats drinking water?
We use a regular bowl because I'm sure that they would make an enormous mess with one of those fountains.
Fact.
Yeah, the kitty spout is what it's called, and I was unfortunate. I signed up, to get the 50% off or whatever. And boy, was I wrong. I got a text message about every 5 minutes. I've gotten 55 emails. I finally had to shut them off after like a week. I was like, this is insanity. I get on Facebook, every other feed is kitty spout, or, you need a scratch pad. Everything was a cat ad on my feed. I was just like, what rabbit hole did I get myself into? Not a good one. It's
the cats are probably loving it, though.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they love it. Well, they're mad at me right now. Sunny, and I just walked out. She's like underneath a desk out there because she's mad. I'm sitting in here and my door's closed, because usually she's on my lap or sitting right here next to the computer. I might have to let her in here, but yeah, and Chunk's tormenting her, so she's hiding right now from him and mad at me because my door's shut. So
we probably have a similar situation going on upstairs, actually, because Pumpkin, our younger cat, loves to torment Skittles, and they're up there unattended right now. So I can only imagine what we're going to go back to.
Fact.
Yeah, Chunk was in the window looking to see what he can pounce on, or wishes he was pouncing on outside. So it's Thanksgiving. What are we staying home? Are we going out? What are we doing?
I think we're going out to probably just go out to Golden Corral and stuff our faces, and then maybe go around town, see what's open. I don't know. I need to get some walking in as part of my physical therapy. I guess we'll see where there is to walk. It's kind of cold outside right now, so we'll see what's up.
Kind of cold outside. This is a guy that's talking and living in Georgia. What's kind of cold right now, Steve?
Last time I checked it, I said it felt like 26 outside.
Ooh.
So.
That is cold for you guys.
Yeah, that's pretty cold for Georgia.
It is.
Yeah, you guys are freezing. Let me see. It's probably about that. Might even be nicer here. It's 30 degrees.
Ooh.
Yeah, the actual temperature is probably in the 30s, but I think 26 was like the wind chill or something like that.
Something like that, yeah. So
feels like 26. Yeah, it feels like 29. It's a little windy here as well. But so you've been kind of hampered on new music because Steve going through all these surgeries. What's going on the music front?
Well, we've, I guess I take full responsibility for that. I just kind of, I don't know, all this medical stuff coming up. I almost kind of felt like I lost my spark a little bit, and there were a few ideas we tried to bat around, and I wasn't clicking with them, and I'm I myself am really anxious to get back on the horse and get back in the studio and see what we can come up with. I don't know if the something by the end of the year might be a little out of reach, but I think so. I hope something very soon because I'm really itching to get back to it myself.
Yeah, you never know. So go and follow them, cranberrymerchants.com. They're on Facebook, Instagram, X, Spotify. Go to YouTube, check them out. Our buddy, Nick J. Townsend from the metal band Week 13 across the pond. He's over in the UK. He's been winning all these awards for his claymation video of Unpopular. Diane has done a couple amazing videos throughout the years. Are we jealous that he's winning all these awards when you guys did the Lego video, Disturbing the Peace? I mean, you go and check out their videos. It's amazing. I'll walk about. I mean, you're thinking, what's going on? I mean, we're happy for him. What do we think?
Well, yeah, I'm definitely happy for him. I guess maybe, we haven't won a lot of these awards because we haven't actually entered into those awards. So I guess that's on us as far as that kind of thing goes. I don't know if there is actually something specific like for Lego videos
or
maybe
stop motion or
maybe we need to try and look into some like animation type of awards or something.
But always all the best for Nick. We just love him to pieces. He's a great guy.
Oh, yeah. Great dude, Nick J. Townsend at Week 13. But go to YouTube and look up the Cranberry Merchants and go check out all their music videos because they're all awesome and they're all unique in their own special way.
And Jeff, you star in them too.
That's right.
Yes, and you might hear me or see a likeness of me in a few of the videos as well. Well, Steve, we got to be thankful for our new hip, but what are we thankful for right now, guys?
Well, I'm thankful to not have any more joints to replace, for one thing. Like you said, with my hip. I'm very thankful for the love of my life, Diane, here, that's taking care of me like nobody else could. Family, friends, just all the zillions and zillions of things in the world that you take for granted every day. It's like I'm thankful to be alive. I think it's great.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Good times. Good talking to you guys. Good catching up with you. Have a good Thanksgiving.
You too. Happy
Thank
Thanksgiving.
you so much.
Yeah, there they are, the Cranberry Merchants. Go check them out, cranberrymerchants.com. And let me see here if I can hang up with them here. There we go. Go check them out, cranberrymerchants.com. Mixed Berry Jams is their last EP. You can get a copy of that. You can go to Spotify, listen to all their stuff. The amazing award-winning duo outside of Atlanta, Georgia, this morning. What is it, 18 minutes past the hour? You can join the program. Give me a call, 620-8866, 307-620-8866. You can also text us if you want to text. But yeah, boy, that kitty spout, holy cow. I just got myself in a bad place. Wrong thing to sign up for or look at on Facebook. I thought about getting one because, when you watch the videos, it just makes you feel bad about your cats, like you're neglecting them because you're just feeding them flat, stale water. And so I signed up and I actually started ordering one because I was like, okay, I'm going to get 67% off. This is going to be amazing. And they said it was like $50 or so. I get to the end, to the cart, and it was like $104. I was like, are you kidding me? $104 for a kitty spout? I was like, what are they charging me for? I thought it was $50 and I was getting 67% off and free shipping and everything else. And so when I get to my cart, there's like a warranty. There's like 2 filters. I'm like, what, now you got to buy a filter every month? No. I'm in Wyoming. Our water is great. They can stick with their flat water. Sorry, cats. But I make it fresh every day. I refill it all the time. It's usually sitting right here. It's over there right now. Let me see if you can see it on my camera. No, you can't because it's over there. But yeah, it's no, you can't because my other microphone's in the way too. But yeah, their glass of water is sitting over there right now. It's fresh. Every day. Sorry, kitty spout. But yeah, text messages, emails. It was insanity. I finally stopped it. They were relentless. Oh, can I got time to tell one more story? Or should we take a quick break? Jake was texting me about my phone levels. We'll try and fix it. It says my phone level is a little low. We'll try and fix it after the show. I'll be back December 24th, 25th, and 26th if you're enjoying the show. Jake will be back tomorrow. And then he'll resume play until Christmas time, and then I'll be back to fill in for a couple days around Christmas. I will talk about the Wyoming Cowboys and the Josh Allen retirement coming up here right after this next break, so you don't want to miss that. And if you went to the game, give me a call, 307-620-8866. If you're a Wyoming Cowboy football fan, what do you think about what's going on in Laramie? When are they playing Hawaii? Is it Saturday? Is it a night game? Is it a day game? We'll have to find that out as well. We'll be back right after this.
We're all just trying to keep things running for those who rely on us. That's why we don't have time to be sick with the flu.
We don't have time for delays.
We don't have time for spills.
Next.
We don't have time for setbacks. Let's be real.
Getting the flu shot
helps you fight the flu.
Get a flu shot for yourself and those around you too.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer. She's on the honor roll. She's just not the type.
No way.
No way. No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Welcome back to Cowboy State Daily with Jake. My name's Jeff, hanging out for Jake today. Filling in. That's what I want to say. Filling in. 8:24. We're more than halfway through the show. My legs are starting to go, dude, you've been sitting down for way too long. I almost want to just like stand up. Can I do this? Stand up and do the show for a minute. Maybe I should go this way. Oh, no. There we go. But then I'll just have a huge glare right in my camera. from my stupid light. Let's see if we can move it over there. Yeah, this is my man cave here that my brother calls a 15-year-old kid's room. I have a bunch of C.J. Box books. Love me some C.J. Box. I have a story about C.J. Box that maybe I'll tell it around Christmas time when I fill in then. A bunch of wrestling figures, old school wrestling figures. These are like ones from the 90s because after about 94 or so, I realized that I shouldn't open them and just put them on my wall. I have tubs of wrestling figures. It's insanity, but that's what I collect. Not anymore, though. They kind of hold their value. A year ago or so, I went through them all and priced them out, and they all kind of held their value. None of them were too extreme. There was a couple that were worth a couple $100, but nothing that was like worth $400 or $500 that I was going to get rich from and not be like, I got to get on eBay and sell that thing right away. But yeah, we might have a segment in the 9 o'clock hour. What's in my room? We'll see. We'll see how it goes here. Give me a call. Join the show. 307-620-8866. You can also text that line if you got something to say. Give me a shout. 307-620-8866. Did you go to the Josh Allen retirement game last week down in Laramie? Boy, was it nice out last week. It was insanity. Somebody's calling.
From to accept.
Good morning. Welcome to the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. You there? Hello? No?
How about now? You there?
There we go. Good morning.
Good Lord. How you doing this morning?
Great. What's your name?
Mike Vito. I'm over here. Excuse me. Over here in Lovell.
Great, Mike. Well, thanks for calling in. What's going on?
I was tripping about all your wrestling stuff. I'm an old school WWE guy back with Lou Albano and Chief Jay Strongbow and Haystack Calhoun days.
Nice. You're dating yourself, Mike.
I know it. Well, I ain't afraid to do that, but I'm also a podcaster and a YouTuber. I'm a blues music lover.
Oh, okay.
And I see all the stuff you got on your wall back there. And my wife's from Buffalo, New York. I know you were talking about Josh Allen and whatnot.
Yeah.
And she's been a hardcore Buffalo Bills fan for her entire life. I can't go without having to watch one of their games. You know?
She's had some ups and downs. So is she like just completely head over heels in love with Josh?
Not necessarily in love with Josh, just in love with the Bills. She's just a diehard Bills fan, you know?
Yeah. Well, I'm a Steeler fan, and I'm worried because the Steelers had to play the Bills this weekend. I was like, great. That's
Yeah, we had a brother-in-law that just recently passed, and he was a diehard, big-time Steelers fan, you know?
Yeah. There's a lot of them out there. Yeah, that's crazy. Did you watch the jersey retirement last week, or did you go to the game?
Bits and pieces of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't watch the whole thing, and I don't go crazy. I used to be a college ball lover when I lived back in Knoxville, Tennessee, the days of Peyton Manning when he was a quarterback for the Vols.
Yeah.
And I was into football back then and hockey, and I don't know. Honestly, I'm 67 years old now, and sports have changed. Everything's become so commercialized. Yeah. It just ain't what it used to be back in the day. I'm sure you can relate.
Oh yeah, completely. It's crazy. But so what do we got going on today, Mike? What are you doing for Thanksgiving?
Well, the wife and I are going to head over to Cody, over to the Irma. We've been doing that for the last 7 years, and they have a nice Thanksgiving buffet, and so we're kind of going to be doing that this afternoon and just kicking back and chillaxing, you know.
Nice, exactly. Relaxing. How's the weather across the mountain?
It's beautiful up here today. It's 26 degrees right now. Supposed to be in the 40s. And then by, I think tonight or tomorrow, it's gonna head downhill, colder and snow. And Highway 14A from Lovell up to Burgess Junction, they'll be closing that on Monday the 1st to go over to Sheridan.
Yeah, it's time. It's that time of the year. But winter's coming. So right on. Well, thanks, Mike. Have a wonderful Thanksgiving, and thanks for giving us a call.
Hey, take care of yourself. Good seeing you, and I'm glad you have a way to contact you. I wish Jake would do the same thing.
Yeah. See, you hear that, Jake? He's listening. So
wake up, Jake.
All right. Well, thanks.
All right.
Happy Thanksgiving. Take care. There you go. Well, what the heck? Give me a call. I love interacting with people. 307-620-8866. You never know what's going to happen when you answer the phone, that's what makes it fun. Did you see the Josh Allen retirement? Did you go to the game last week? Give me a call. 307-620-8866. Do I have time? Oh, yeah, I got time. So last Saturday, I didn't go to the game, which when they announced it, I thought about it. I was like, man, the game's November 22nd. It's going to be 30 below in Laramie. And then tickets sold out in like a day, which I was really glad. I was like, that's good. Let's support Josh, everything he's done for the state of Wyoming, for the University of Wyoming. It's just been amazing. He's a great guy. Take nothing away from him. So I didn't get tickets, which I was kind of bummed out last week. I was like, well, now everyone's going. My brother called me like Wednesday or Thursday. Oh, now we were going to go to a concert Friday night in Billings. He's like, oh, no, I'm not going because I'm going to the football game. I was like, what? How'd you get tickets? Oh, a friend of mine called me and said he had 2 extra tickets, so I'm going to that. I was like, great. So that even bummed me out even more. And then watching the game, my wife got a migraine last Saturday. And so I watched most of the game. She was throwing up. She had to go to urgent care. So I watched the retirement ceremony in the urgent care room. It was great. And then they ended up losing. It's just I listened to the rest of it on the way home in the car. Just painful to watch and listen to the Wyoming Cowboy football team this year. But nothing to take away from Josh Allen, but there's another Josh that played for the University of Wyoming that doesn't get enough recognition. And that's Josh Walwork. Josh Walwork played for Joe Tiller's Wyoming Cowboy football team in 1995 and 1996. As a senior in 1996, he led all NCAA major college players in several statistical categories, including total offense. He had 4,209 yards, total yards, in 1996. Offense per game, 350 yards. Passing yards, he threw for over 4,000 yards in 1996. And pass completions, he had 286 completions that year. Walwork played 2 seasons at Wyoming. He threw for 6,453 yards and 54 touchdowns. Josh Allen played 2 seasons plus 2 games in 2015. 2015, 2016, 2017. 16 and 17 were Josh Allen's 2 big years. He threw for 5,066 yards and 44 touchdowns. He played in 27 games. Walwork played in 22. Yeah, it's crazy. Josh Allen completed 365 passes, attempted 649. Walwork completed 449. He attempted 729. So, yes, he threw for way more attempts. But, 4,090 yards in 1996, 2,363 in 1995. Josh Allen threw for 3,200, 3,203 in 2016, 1,812 in 2017. 5,066 total. Wallwork, 6,453. 54 touchdowns for Wallwork, 44 for Josh Allen. Josh Wallwork is not, well, he is in the University of Wyoming Hall of Fame as part of the 1996 team. He is not in the University of Wyoming Hall of Fame as an individual. Why is that? He needs to be in the University of Wyoming Hall of Fame. Next year, UW, are you listening? Next year is 2026. 1996, 2026. 30-year anniversary of Josh Wallwork leading the nation in total offense. Leading the nation in pass completions. Leading the nation in total offense per game and passing yards. Over 4,000 passing yards. The Wyoming Cowboys that year were 10-2. They went to the WAC championship game and lost to BYU in a heartbreaker. I was at that game. Probably the toughest defeat I've ever witnessed in my entire life. Heartbreaking, crushing game. I can't even watch the game on replay. I have it on VHS out in my garage. But Wyoming Cowboys, Wyoming, University of Wyoming, Josh Wallwork needs to be in the University of Wyoming Hall of Fame as an individual. One of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play in Laramie. Give him his due. I know he had a couple things happen to him. He didn't go to the NFL, which he should have. He thought he was going to. He thought he put up enough yards to get there. Didn't happen. We were 10-2 and did not go to a bowl game that year. It was awful. I think that was probably, have we been in the top 25 since then? That was our last 10-win team. 1996. So yes, give Josh his due. He lives in Hawaii now. I follow him on Facebook. Great dude. But yes, he deserves to be in the University of Wyoming Hall of Fame. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. We don't need to retire his number. Not asking that. Just give him his place in the University of Wyoming Hall of Fame. 307-620-8866. Were you around for the 1996 season? It was amazing. The drive. I think it was in Fort Collins in the snow. Yeah. 10-2 that year. Me and my buddy, we drove to the WAC championship from Laramie. Drove there. I can't remember. I think it was Lynn Sexton, the running back, gave us tickets to the game. Because I was at UW TV. That's how I met Josh. We were friends, so I knew a lot of the guys on the team. Josh lived downtown, like a block away from me. And we hung out all the time. But I think it was Lynn Sexton that gave us his tickets to the WAC championship game. We went there. We didn't have any money, no place to stay. I went and played some slot machines, and we won like $65. And I went and got a room at like the Motel 6 off the strip so we could sleep the night before the game. Went to the game. After we lost, we were so heartbroken. We went back downtown, gambled till like 4 o'clock in the morning, and then drove back to Laramie nonstop. Back in the good old days. 1996, I think I was 21. Dating myself. Yeah. I had to be 21 because I was in Vegas. And I didn't have a fake ID back in those days. Great times. That is just say that. Just think that to yourself. The last time the Wyoming Cowboys had a 10-win season was 29 years ago. We can't even win 6 games anymore. Oh, it's heartbreaking. When are we playing tomorrow night? Do we know? Wyoming Cowboy football. We're at Hawaii. Oh, it's not tomorrow night. Today's only Thursday. Saturday, they're playing at 9 p.m. Mountain Time. So it is a night game. Boy, 9 p.m. on Saturday. Black Friday is tomorrow. Do you got any specials planned? Are you looking for that one item? Have you already bought your stuff because Black Friday started like a week ago? A month ago? I don't even know what the purpose of Black Friday is anymore. It's crazy. They've just kind of killed Black Friday. Give me your thoughts. 307-620-8866. Let me see. What do we got coming up here? I think I might call my mom next. Why not?
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Oh, right. Look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home. I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna. It only takes a spark to make a fire start. Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
.44 on your Thursday, November 27th. Happy Thanksgiving. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Jake is on assignment this morning. He's our technical director. He's on vacation. He's taking a break. He'll be back tomorrow. My name's Jeff. I'm in Sheridan, Wyoming. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. What do you got going on your Thanksgiving? I know people aren't used to calling in on the show, but please, I welcome it. I invite you to join the program, 307-620-8866. Let's see here. I texted my mom. to tell her I was going to call her. I don't even know my mom's own phone number. How bad is that? Let me see where I have her in my contacts. You don't know anybody's phone number anymore. There it is. Let's see what my mom's up to. I'm going to give her a call here on our handy-dandy Google Voice. All right. It's calling. Mom's in Wickenburg, Arizona. Wintering. She lives in Buffalo, Wyoming. See?
Happy Thanksgiving.
There she is. Happy Thanksgiving, Mom. How are you doing?
Too. I'm good.
You're on CowboyStateDaily.com. If you don't know, you're on the air right now.
I figured as much. That's why you're calling me on a different number.
Yeah. I wanted to give you a heads up so you answered and not thinking, who's calling me? It's some weird phone number.
Yeah, some weirdo's trying to get a hold of me, and I don't know him. He's some weirdo.
Yeah.
We're on the radio. We're on the air.
He's some weirdo. Well, I'm bloated. I have ate 3 bags of Chex Mix. I had a couple Sandies last night. My diet's shot. Thanks a lot, Mom.
Anytime I can help.
Yeah.
You were supposed to do that in moderation, remember?
Yeah, right. The 3 bags of Chex Mix were gone in like the first week. I even made some Chex Mix. I had to make another batch because I ate it all so fast and needed more.
That's good. I made more too once I hit Arizona.
Yeah, no, it's not good because now I've just ate more. Feel more bloated.
Yeah. Well, that's good. I'm glad you're enjoying your goodies.
Yeah, we were talking about it last night, me and the kids. What is in Sandies? What is it? Pecans? Is it walnut? What is in those things?
In the Sandies?
Yeah. What's in them?
Pecans.
Pecans.
I grind them up.
Butter and flour. Is that there can't be a lot of ingredients?
No. Well, let me get the recipe out, and I'll tell you. I make so many cookies, I can't remember what's in what cookie. But the Sandies are like a wedding cookie, and you can find them in the Better Homes and Gardens cookbook.
Yeah. I mean, how long have you been making these things? For at least 50 years.
Oh, at least. And I got to find the cookies. Let's see.
I know they're just awful for you because I ate 2 last night. I feel like I ate half a beef. I'm so full.
I guess so. Well, anyway, I'm trying to find them, and I'm not having much luck here.
You told us it was pecans. Pecans, butter, and flour is probably the base of it.
Yeah, pretty much.
And something else. So, how is it? Are we settled in? You've been back to Wickenburg for a couple weeks.
Well, it's good here. It's rained a lot, so the desert is in full bloom, and it's absolutely beautiful right now.
Yeah.
My flowers are still blooming here, which usually they're not when we get here. And my lemon trees have lemons. My new navel orange tree is full of oranges, so they're starting to ripen. So it's pretty here. Looks nice. The desert right now is really pretty here in Wickenburg.
Nice. What are we doing today? Are we getting together with her sister Ann? Aunt Ann lives down there too. Are you guys all getting together? What are we doing for Thanksgiving?
We are. We're having Thanksgiving this evening at Ann's house. I'm doing the rolls today and the dressing. And this morning I was making a couple loaves of banana bread. And she's doing the rest.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. So it'll be good. Daniel and Hannah are coming. Hannah has to work today, so we're going to eat later today.
Oh, okay. And I think Kristen's down there, right?
Kristen's here too. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So it'll be fun. Mm-hmm. We'll play some cards and do like we usually do, gamble.
Yeah, gamble. After you stuff yourself, then we gamble the rest of the night.
Then we eat turkey, then we gamble, we play cards, or that's what Grandma always wanted to do, play cards. So that's what we do.
Yeah. Well, right on. Well, what is it like 60? What's the temperature right now?
I'm supposed to get into the lower 70s today, like 71 here for Thanksgiving. So it'll be a beautiful day. Yeah. And the sun is shining. So
nice.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
it's pretty. So what are you doing for Thanksgiving?
I think we're just hanging out. Because Chloe came home and she was under the weather. She wasn't feeling good. And then Ethan came home Tuesday. He's been coughing. So we're not doing a lot.
Are you cooking?
Yeah. We're going to have a ham.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Ham, and Kel's making a couple of casseroles. And yeah. So it's just us. Relaxing.
Oh.
I figure after I got up at 5 o'clock this morning, I'll be needing a nap here this afternoon.
I'll bet you will.
Yeah. So.
No, it's I'm sitting here looking at. I have an orange tree in the back of my house that has a lemon tree grows beside it, so they're all kind of combined. So I can't tell whether I got an orange or a lemon, but it's full of fruit this year, so it'll be fun to pick.
Oh, nice. Well, enjoy that. Well, have a good Thanksgiving. Tell everybody hi.
I will, and you have a good Thanksgiving too.
All right. We'll talk to you soon.
All right.
There's my mom. Hanging out in Arizona. Wintering. Snowbird. As I'm sitting here in Wyoming. Wickenburg, Arizona. It's like Johnson and Campbell County South is what it is. It's crazy how many people live there from Johnson and Campbell County in Wyoming. What do we got? 8:51. We got 9 minutes till the top of the hour. If you'd like to join the program, give me a call, 307-620-8866. What do you got going on today for Thanksgiving? Black Friday is tomorrow. Are we trying to buy anything? My daughter sent me her Christmas list, and it has like a sweatshirt and 2 different shoes, some Ugg boots and some other Doc Martens shoes. Neither one of them are available, and they haven't been for like 2 weeks. The Doc Martens are completely sold out, and the Uggs, they have every color except the one that she wants. It's like figures. That's the way it goes. She wants 3 things, and 2 of them aren't available. Yeah. There's Kane hanging out. My God, it's Kane! It's Kane! Hanging out on my futon. If you're a wrestling fan, you'll know what I'm talking about. Last night, this is a trip. Let's see if how my share screen's working here. There we go. So I have a record player sitting over here on the man cave. And let me grab my prop here real fast. Hold on. This Blind Melon Soup. It's their second album, second record they came out with. If you know Blind Melon, you probably know the one hit, No Rain. They're not a one-hit wonder. Go check them out. They're a great band. But I've listened to these guys forever. Blind Melon, Soup. I even have the vinyl. That's how much I love them. And I've had this vinyl for quite a while. This is probably one of the first vinyls that I had, even before I had a record player. But then when COVID happened, I got a record player, and I got a whole stack of vinyl over here. But Blind Melon, the first track on this album is called Galaxy. And it was the first single off the album. Oh, they want to kick me out of Zoom. Let me end that before it ends it on its own. And the first track is called Galaxy. It was the first single off the album. Listened to it a million times. I've been singing it. It's been in my head. It's been one of those songs that's just been rattling around in my head all week long. So I've been walking around singing it. And there's one line in the song that I thought he said, because the cat in the hat is sitting in the back waiting for me. Oh, no, it isn't me. Where's the lyric sheet? Okay. And so last night, I'm sitting here listening to the song, and I'm looking at the vinyl, and I look inside the vinyl, and there's this menu, and it's got the lyrics of the songs. And I was like, wow, okay, well, here, let me follow along with Galaxy and see what he's actually saying here. And it gets to that part, that line, and I'm reading along with it, and is as discreet as I can muster up to be, because the Cat in the Hat is sitting in the back, and it hits that line, and it's not Cat in the Hat. Listen to this. See what you think he's saying here, or what's going on here. Here, we'll play it one more time here. I had the closed captioning on, so if you had good enough eyes, you saw what he said. And I played this for my son, and he knew exactly what he said. He had to hear it twice, but he goes, what'd he say? Because the Cadillac is sitting in the back? And that's exactly what he says. Because the Cadillac is sitting in the back. And I don't know how I got Cat in the Hat stuck in my head, but I've been singing that line. When did this thing come out? Since 1995. 30 years. That's been rattling around in my head. The wrong lyrics. It's funny how music does that. If you've got a lyric, a line, something crazy, let me know. 307-620-8866. That just blew my mind away last night when I saw that. I was like, what? Because the Cadillac is sitting in the back? And I think it's because when you watch the video, Shannon Hoon has a hat in his hand. So maybe subliminally that got in my head and I thought Cat in the Hat? I don't know. But now I know that I'm an idiot. But I figured it out 30 years later, 1995. Good golly. You can call the show, 307-620-8866. I even have a Wyoming number. I am in Sheridan, Wyoming. Where are you at this morning? What do you got going on for Thanksgiving? What are you eating? If you missed the first hour of the show, which I imagine you did, our reporter Jen was on. She's having tacos today. I can't remember who it was. Somebody that I knew sometime in my life. They would eat chicken enchiladas on Thanksgiving just to mix it up. Why not? Coming up next hour, let's see here. It's asking for a meeting number when clicking on your link. That's weird. Daryl's trying to get into the Zoom room. Let's see what it does when I try and click on the link. Well, it lets me in. Weird. I don't know why there's a... Oh, maybe I got to start it. That's just... Oh, there's... Okay, there we go. Okay. There we go. There. Coming on, or who's supposed to come on the top of the hour? I gotta hit the top of the hour here in 45 seconds. Let me check the rundown here. Renee Jean might be joining us at the top of the hour. We'll see if she does or Daryl's waiting patiently. But I have to go to the break, and then we'll be back with one of the two, or maybe both, coming up next hour. We'll find out here in 5 minutes or 6 minutes or so. But thanks for joining us. Join the program, 307-620-8866. Now it's time for the top of the hour news. And hopefully everything fires all right. And we got one more hour to go. 3 hours down. One more to go.
For a Native American child living It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Authorities reported Wednesday that Chance Engelbert's death was likely an accident by falling off a Scottsbluff National Monument cliff. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the Engelbert family and others don't buy the cause of death.
What they do have a problem with is the fact that he would have gone out of his way to walk up that trail. It's several miles up that trail to get to the top of this monument when it was a dark, stormy night and he was intending to head back to Torrington. That was his plan, not to climb monument in the middle of a storm. The family has a problem with the term accidental, and they cannot believe that he walked up to the top of that cliff by himself, and they believe he was either driven or taken there.
The Moorcroft, Wyoming man was missing for more than 6 years before his remains were found in mid-October by a pair of hikers on a rugged cliff on the north side of the Scottsbluff National Monument. Wyoming U.S. Attorney Darren Smith dropped felony diesel delete charges Wednesday against Gillette-raised mechanic Levi Kretsch. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the dismissal and a Trump pardon for another delete mechanic signals a less aggressive approach toward the practice.
When the Trump administration took over this year, things kind of started to shift, and we could see that with the pardon of another delete mechanic, Troy Lake. And then on Wednesday, the federal district for Wyoming, helmed by Darren Smith, went ahead and dropped its felony level case against Levi Kretsch. Darren Smith called it the best interest of justice. It's still illegal to delete diesels, but this administration has a very different approach to it than the Biden administration, and just some signs that there's a softer, potentially, stance on it.
The 31-year-old mechanic was charged this summer with one count of conspiracy to violate the Clean Air Act and another of tampering with a monitoring device in the U.S. District Court of Wyoming. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The ex-boyfriend of Wyoming Representative Nina Weber is suing her on claims she cheated him out of $6,000 for an African hunting trip. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that a bench trial in this case is ongoing.
It's a small claims action, so it's limited to $6,000. It happens in the lower level court there in Park County. And so you have two very different stories at the heart of whether the state representative owes this $6,000 to her ex-boyfriend. Her attorney called it a political witch hunt, and she says, I had nothing to do with planning this trip.
The first day of the bench trial in Cody Circuit Court unfolded November 12th under Judge Joseph Dara. The second day is set for December 10th. Wyoming chefs say they don't trust artificial intelligence to tell them how to cook a great Thanksgiving dinner. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that AI is good for a general recipe, but sometimes artificial intelligence can miss key steps for that perfect bird.
It's maybe not the best thing you could do, but it's okay. So you get a almost right, just okay recipe for turkey. It's probably a good starting point.
Wyoming chefs tell Cowboy State Daily that AI turkey recipes miss key steps like brining and resting, so they still trust human expertise for a juicy, tasty turkey. Prior to the 1930s, Thanksgiving in Wyoming included jack-o'-lanterns, costume parties, and going door to door for what was basically trick-or-treating. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that the proper outfit was to wear a mask and a costume to dinner.
Historically, Thanksgiving was all about costumes, jack-o'-lanterns, and trick-or-treating. Halloween actually stole those traditions from Turkey Day. So everything that you think about on Halloween actually used to be celebrated on Thanksgiving.
Now, the proper dress code for a Thanksgiving party, according to the 1913 Cheyenne State Leader, was a dainty and becoming Perot clown costume, complete with fluffy black silk pom-poms and a pointed cap. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
One more time before you wake up in the wild. In your eyes, I see a flower slowly dying.
Together with the Nature Conservancy, you have the power to make a difference. For unspoiled nature, for beautiful wildlife, and for people everywhere. Together, we can find a way to ensure that all life on Earth can thrive.
Oh, in the wild, you're gonna make it. The moonlight is here to take you.
Our natural world needs us now. Every day, we lose more lands, waters, and the wild species that depend on them. To learn more, visit nature.org today.
Welcome back to the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. My name's Jeff, filling in for Jake this morning. I'm in Sheridan, Wyoming. Where are you at? Give me a call, 307-620-8866. We are streaming on YouTube. You can go to cowboystatedaily.com and watch. You can go to YouTube. You can go to Facebook, Twitch, Twitter. I think we're on all kinds of platforms. If there's a platform out there, we're standing on it. We're streaming in it. We're swimming in it. 7 minutes past the 9 o'clock hour. 3 hours down, 1 to go. And Daryl is sitting in the Zoom room. Let's get him in here. There he is. Let's head to the Zoom room here real fast. It is Thanksgiving. Daryl Smith is joining us this morning. Good morning, Daryl. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, too.
Well, it's Thanksgiving, and I wanted to have a guest on here that's very thankful to be alive today. And I thought of Daryl right away because this guy, I'll let him tell his story here, but you've had one heck of a year, Daryl. Give us the story here.
Well, I'll give I'm a Marine Corps veteran, so that's part of being where I was learning to survive on tough circumstances. But last year, about 11/19/24, I started having a lot of pain in my back. Drove all the way down to watch the Bronx win the state championship. Stayed down there, watched my nephews play, and they all won. And got back in the truck. We drove back the same night. Slept. Woke up the next morning, worked at L&H, and had a real bad in my back there. And so then I went to the chiropractor thinking that he was going to help me. And all it didn't help me. And every time I coughed, it felt like there was electrical shocks going right from the bottom of my feet all the way up to my spine. And so that night I collapsed in the bedroom, and my wife, don't know how she did it, but she got me to the emergency room. And Sheridan did a CT scan and an MRI on me, and they thought I had cancer. And so I showed the CT scan. It showed there was just a white mass all on my back. Well, so they shipped me the next morning to Billings Clinic, and we got there, and there was a Dr. Hendrickson, who was the neurologist. He's supposed to be one of the top neurosurgeons in the world. He looked at it and he said, "No, it's a staph infection. It's deteriorated your vertebrae, and it's damaging your spine. So we're going in to take that infection out." Well, they took the infection out, and everything was fine. They took me over to the Montana Rehab Hospital called ROM, and I was there for probably a couple weeks, and right after Thanksgiving, and all of a sudden my back started swelling up again. Well, then they took me back to Billings Clinic, and they figured out that my back had broke completely, and they call what they call kyphosis, which is where the spine starts to fold on itself. And they said if it would have snapped two things could have happened. I'd been paralyzed or I would have died. And I mean, I could have died both times, but I was closer the second time. So then when I got in there, they said they gave me every type of morphine they could give me, and I was still in pain. And so they got me in there, and there was Dr. Rajasano, who's the hardware surgeon there, and he put the hardware, so I got titanium up and down on my back. So I was in the hospital for over 3 months, and so came back. Wife came and got me, came back, and I did PT and everything, and the docs told me that it might be 10 years before I see any kind of improvement. And so I was like, "There's."
That's just
I
what you
think
wanted to hear.
Yeah,
Yeah, 10
you know
years.
me.
Oh, yeah, no
Go ahead.
problem.
You know me. I'm not going to listen to that. I'm going to like. There's no way that's going to happen. So I went and did PT, and I did it with the Sheridan Hospital in home, and then I'm doing it with purpose. I'm on my hiatus, what they call hiatus now, but I have went from being in a wheelchair, not being able to control my feet, to where I am now walking in without any sticks. I look like the penguin on Batman, but I walk. And so, I mean, I went against all odds. The doctors were saying this, and I said that. I said, there's no way I'm going to do it in a lot faster than 10 years.
Yeah, amazing. So, yeah, and I've watched him. If you follow him on Facebook, he's been kind of chronologizing his journey. I mean, it's been amazing. You're not a small guy, Daryl. So
I'm not. Yeah.
To get up and do, I mean, that's even harder because you got that to deal with. But man, what do you think's been, I mean, is it your drive? What do you think's been the key to get you so far ahead of the game?
Well, when I was little, a lot of people would probably know my grandpa, Orr Baker. He owned the Silver Spur Bar years ago, and he was part of the school board and stuff. And he's well known around the parts. And he and my Larry Baker, my uncle, he owns AK Construction. People, I'm just correlating that to the people and they helped me when I was little because I had pneumonia, I think 4 times, and I was in the hospital. Well, I forgot how to walk, so they taught me how to walk when I was a kid. And so I had that instilled in me that you go. And then I had a cousin that was born with a deformed spine, and they said he would never walk, and he ended up walking when they said he would never walk. And you see how I walk now without the cane or the walking sticks. That's how he walked, and that was his normal walk. And he did that for years before he passed away. And so I have too many nephews. I mean, especially the ones on the football teams. And I've got a grandkid that played for Kilgore and in Texas. And, I just got a Facebook page where I got a lot of people on there. And if I sit there and cry over spilt milk and, what kind of example am I leading for my family and any kid that sees my page?
Yeah, for sure. It's been amazing. I mean, because you made it back to the state championship down in Laramie. You were actually back down in Laramie again last weekend for the Josh Allen retirement. Was there any goals when you were like, I'm making it to that state championship? I mean, I saw you at the football games. You'd make it up to the stands. It was just incredible what you've done.
Yeah. Well, I didn't get to this year's state championship. I watched it on or listened to it on the radio. Financial issues. Just so you have a kind of reference to go by. I was given 100% disability through the government within 9 months, which most people go 2.5 years before they get it. So that I sent probably about a 4-inch box of just documents from Billings Clinic to those guys, and they were able to go through every bit of that, and I got that. So, and if anybody knows, you go from making what you make to making disability. You got to make some drastic changes in your life. So that's the one thing I didn't get to do. Well, I was able to win some tickets to the Josh Allen thing, and I had my walking stick, and I'm like a dummy. I had a pop in my hand and had a bag in my hand with all of my hygiene stuff. And so I was in row 27. I mean, section 27, row 18. So here I am. And I just started getting where I'm, getting more active walking and stuff. And I'm climbing up there. And I mean, I'm barely getting up there. Well, I think her name was Sue Barker. She came down and helped me. And she's from here. She came down and helped me and got me into the seat. And so I was there. And then the tricky part was getting down the steps, holding on to the rails, because you've been there, the rails are only sections. They're not all the way down.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I had to have that balance and use the walking sticks. And so basically it was, it was just, I go to the Y, I use that current pool in the middle there, and I just use the strength. And Lisa Nichols and Marta Smouse Osler and Robin Hicks was there before she went to another place. So those guys, they're like what I call my drill instructors. They just they whip you into shape, and they don't give you any slack. I mean, if you come to work, and I call it work, you better be prepared to do what you got to do, because they're going to test you, and they're going to make sure that you do. And they know that if I say, well, I'm getting tired, and they say, well, how about we do 15, and I'll say, no, we'll do 17, and I do it every time. That's just the way I figured it. If I can push myself too past what they want me to do, then I'll never be accused of being lazy.
Yeah, no, he's done an amazing job. It's crazy because, I mean, how long ago did you have the walker? A couple months ago? I mean, it hasn't been that long since you went from the walker to the stick to now nothing.
Yeah, I'd say probably 6 months. I used the walker a little bit, but fully, I used it fully. I mean, I was actually not 6, probably about 4 months. I used the wheelchair when I first got here, and then I got out of that pretty quickly, and then I was in a walker, and and that was tough because I could not get to where I was pointing my feet to where I could, and so I was trying to negotiate all that. Well, every time I went to PT the next week, I was, it was amazing. I'd make the next step. I'd do the next step. And then my mom passed away, so I got a lot of her medical stuff. So I got her hospital bed. I got her hospital chair, the electric ones. So that helped out a lot. And then I started deciding I needed walking sticks. Well, Purpose has these wood walking sticks that are made out of branches. So I was using those, and we were on our way to a doctor's appointment, Billings Clinic. My wife stopped off and picked up a couple of those walking sticks that I had that had the compass on the end. It looked like a Moses stick. And so I've been using those ever since. I went from 2, now I'm using 1, only when it's tough, like what it was at the stadium, or now I don't use them at all.
Yeah, because I saw him Sunday at Walmart, and he didn't have a stick or anything. He was hopped right up and standing there, and yeah, it's just amazing what he's done in pretty much a year time. But now, how was the game? You were at the game. How painful was it to watch the Wyoming Cowboys last week?
Well, it's funny because it got so boring. I mean, it got so boring that I started watching Josh Allen more than I did the game. And I was looking at him up there, and I could tell him and his wife were up there in, you've seen the pictures on there where he's above where that building in the back there where they kick the field goals as you walk into the stadium on the right side there.
Okay.
From Tailgate Park. And so basically I was watching him, and he's standing up there, and I could see him talking to Haley, and I could see him stand up, and you could tell he had a drink in his hand. The quarterback was trying to run around the side, and he was going backwards instead of going forwards, and you could just see Josh just shake his head, like, like he almost, and everybody was yelling up there, put Josh in. But it was amazing to watch these guys. I mean, they fought hard, but I just think when you run 4 times a goal line, you don't run 4 times at a goal line when you've been doing it the whole time.
Yeah.
And you try to throw, and the quarterback's not that great a thrower in the first place. So yeah, I was a little disappointed, but I mean, I didn't mean to be rough about it, but I said to my nephew Bridger, I said, "Be lucky that you talked to Coach Swivel when he was here when he played Cheyenne Central, because I said he may not see him next year." uh, but and then the best part of the whole thing was when Josh said that it sucks to be a CSU Ram, because man, that place. They said 25,000, but there had to have been 15,000 people on the sidelines just standing. So yeah, it rocked. I mean, you could feel the stadium just kind of vibrate.
Yeah. Thank God it was a retirement, because that would have been an awful way to end the season with that game.
Oh.
But yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is, and it was a welcome trip, because probably about 3 weeks ago it's not a definite, but I was diagnosed with 15-20% chance of having possible leukemia and hairy cell cancer. So now they're checking on me every 3 weeks now. So I told her, I'm telling you that I think somebody's got to be taking the pins out of the voodoo doll eventually.
Yeah.
So,
wow.
yeah.
That's the last news you want to hear.
Exactly. Yeah. My wife was pretty upset, but she's dealing with it okay. She's got some cancer problems but I think it'll be something she'll have to deal with for the rest of her life. But, hear me, and then here she's got it on her. It's been tough on her. And then plus with the finances, she's been having to do a lot. And so every time, that's another thing that probably motivated me the most too, was being able to take a lot off of her plate so I can do a lot of this stuff around her. So now I'm doing like loading a dishwasher. I can run a vacuum, things like that. I mean, I can't stand for a long time, so I have to sit consistently, and so I can work part-time. So I'm looking at the possibility of working part-time and seeing if I can get some extra funds in, because we're losing probably, but I'd say I'm losing probably about 65% of what I made from my normal job.
Oh yeah. That's rough. And going through everything at the same time.
Oh yeah.
Not have to worry about financial.
I'd wake up nights crying, because we went 9 months without a paycheck on my end, just because the doctors wouldn't get the stuff in. So went the 9 months because November. So then when I got to where I got all the paperwork into the doctors, shortly after that, boom, 9 months after that, boom, I had it. Well, then they don't pay for 5 months. So you go back and you do that. Well, I was getting disability from L&H. So then the government gave me their check, which was the back of what was owed. And so L&H found out about that, even though I didn't get the money. So now they say I got a $7,000 overpay. So it's tough all the way around. You have to be prepared. And the one thing I would tell people is that if you're getting disability from your company and then you're going disability for the state, you better save those checks, because they're going to get you at the end when it's all said and done. The company's long-term disability will.
Wow. That's awful. But yeah, go and you can follow him on Facebook. Just go look for him, Daryl Smith. You can check out his journey. Well, it's Thanksgiving. You got to be thankful you're alive and standing still, at least.
Yes.
What are we doing today, Daryl?
It's funny because I'm going over there to my sister's for Thanksgiving, and when I got back, when I was back, I missed Christmas, and then my mom passed away before Christmas, so I could only talk to her on a FaceTime, because I couldn't get over there, and she passed away right after I talked to her. So I got back there, and you see my nephews. You've seen Caden Smith. He's the shortest one of them all, and then you got Bridger and Fisher, 6'5" and 6'6".
Yeah.
Yeah. So we didn't have a handicap ramp, so they just all ran out there and grabbed me and picked me up in a wheelchair. And I think you probably saw pictures on Facebook of that. And I mean, they picked me up like I was just an envelope,
Yeah.
And it's like, holy cow, I thought I was a pretty big guy, but those boys, it didn't even faze them.
Yeah. That's awesome. Well, we're praying for you, Daryl. All the best, and keep the fight up. And hopefully the leukemia is hopefully that's not going to happen. That's awful. But
yeah. I wanted to say one thing. We have a medical account down at Cowboy State Bank, and we were helped out, quite a bit we when it first began, and money that came in between the times we were able to use for different things. And my wife let that open so we could just deposit the checks into the account. But anybody that has sent money to that account, I want to officially give them a thank you for that. And if anybody sends it down the road, I will make sure I do it again.
Yeah. Cowboy State Bank, if you want to donate something to Daryl and his family. Well, Daryl, happy Thanksgiving, buddy.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you, Jeff. And I'll look forward to seeing you next football season and at Walmart.
Exactly. Where we see everybody is at Walmart.
Yes.
And
yes.
We'll be back right after this.
Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cool. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Welcome back to Cowboy State Daily with Jake. My name's Jeff, filling in for Jake on your Thanksgiving morning. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Make sure you go and follow us on Facebook. Like us on Facebook. Follow us on Twitter, Instagram, everywhere else, cowboystatedaily.com. Go and check us out. Big thanks to everybody that's came on the show today. We got 30 minutes to go, 31 minutes to go. Give me a call. You can join the program. Yes, you can. 307-620-8866. I think my neighborhood's listening to the show because I opened up my window. Me sitting in here for 4 hours. It was getting hot. It's getting very hot. It's Thanksgiving. I haven't even got to our Thanksgiving facts this morning, and I think I got rid of it because I was looking for the Wyoming football game. The Cowboys play Hawaii Saturday night at 9. I wonder what the line is on that game. Let's see here. I messed with our facts here. We don't want Bing. Who even likes Bing? What kind of a search engine is Bing? Go back to Google. The first Thanksgiving was in 1621. Was a 3-day harvest feast shared by the Pilgrims and the Native Americans that I can't pronounce their name, but it did not include turkey or pumpkin pie. The holiday started in 1863 thanks to Sarah Hale's campaigning and President Abraham Lincoln's proclamation. The Macy's Day Parade, when did that thing start? First Macy's Day Thanksgiving Parade was held in 1924 and initially featured live animals from the zoo. I went to New York back when I was in college for my wife's aunt's wedding. She had this big fancy wedding in New York, and it was during Thanksgiving. And they all went to the Macy's Day Parade, and I slept in. I still kick myself for that. I don't know what I was thinking. I was like, Thanksgiving Day Parade. Who needs another parade? Should have went to that one. The first menu featured venison, shellfish, fowl, like goose and duck, and likely fish, but no turkey. It was a harvest festival that celebrated a successful harvest with a communal meal and activities like shooting guns and running races. I liked our story earlier with Jackie where she said that Thanksgiving used to be a time of trick-or-treating and kids dressing up. That's crazy. Yeah, Abe Lincoln declared Thanksgiving a national holiday on October 3rd, 1863. The holiday's date was moved by President Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1939 to boost the economy by extending the Christmas shopping season. So that was the beginning of the end of trick-or-treating on Thanksgiving. While presidents had pardoned turkeys before, President George H.W. Bush formalized the tradition in 1989. Pardon a turkey. Plenty of those to pardon right now. Can't we just get, what's his name a pardon? Lion King. What was that guy? Tiger King? Can't we get to Tiger King a pardon? That's who needs a pardon. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. Yes, you can call the show. I'll talk to you. Make sure my phone is still up here. Yes, it is. My wife came and told me that I was an idiot, that I didn't know the lyrics to that song. If you think I'm an idiot, give me a call. Tell me how big of an idiot I am. I'd love to hear it. NFL, after you stuff your face, the NFL, well, even before you stuff your face, kicks off at 11 a.m. this morning on Fox. The Lions and Packers. Big game. Packers are 7-3-1. The Lions are 7-4. Detroit is favored by 3. Wow. Then at 2:30 this afternoon, it's Cowboys-Chiefs. Chiefs at the Cowboys. Chiefs are 6-5, 1-4 on the road. The Cowboys 5-5-1. 3-1-1 at home. Kansas City's favored by 3.5 on the road. I think the Chiefs have won, 5 straight or something? 4 out of 5? Something crazy. And then at 6:20, it's the Bengals-Ravens. Bengals are 3-8, 1-4 on the road, but it's the return of Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow is playing today for the first time in a long time, and the Ravens sitting at 6-5. Somebody calling me? No. That's on NBC and Peacock tonight. The Chiefs-Cowboys is on CBS, and like I said, the Packers-Lions is on Fox. And then tomorrow we have the Black Friday game on Prime Video. There's no Thursday night game tonight on Prime. The Thursday night game is on NBC. So tomorrow the game is on Prime. Bears-Eagles. Who would have thought this game would be so huge back when the schedule came out? We saw this, Bears-Eagles on Friday. That'll be a great game. That'll be a nice game to watch. Both of these teams are 8-3 and leading their respective divisions. The Bears are 8-3. That's crazy. They beat the Steelers last week. Steelers should have won that game. Steelers look pretty good, though, with Mason Rudolph. The Eagles are favored by 7. Wow, I would probably take that. 7? What do you think about that? It is in Philadelphia. 7 points is a lot of points. Let's talk some football. 307-620-8866. If we can go to, let's see if I can do it here. See if we can go to the college football. That is college basketball. Boy, Michigan made a statement last night, beating Gonzaga by 40. Ouch. Zags maybe aren't as good as we thought. Come on. Now my internet doesn't want to work. Guess I can't go and see. I wanted to see what the spread was on the Wyoming Cowboy game on Saturday night. Saturday night at 9 o'clock. The Wyoming Cowboy basketball team, they are in action. I think it's Saturday. Where did I have it? Here it is. Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock, the Wyoming Cowboys are on the road at Texas Tech. Texas Tech is 20th in the country. Wyoming Cowboys coming in at 6-1. They destroyed DU yesterday, 101-59. 101-59. Their only loss was back on Wednesday on the road at Sam Houston, 78-70, which, well, I watched the end of that game. I was like, just get a stop, guys. We could not get a stop because they can score. We can score. We proved it yesterday, scoring 101 points. We got to be averaging around 70 or so a game. But yeah, Sunday afternoon at 1. I wonder if that's going to be on TV anywhere. Wyoming at Texas Tech. What do you got planned for Thanksgiving? What are you eating? What are you doing tomorrow? Are you getting ready for Black Friday? Let me know. 307-620-8866. I'd love to get another caller before the show wraps up. 307-620-8866. I've gotten a couple people on Zoom. Let's see here. I just got a happy Thanksgiving from somebody. Happy Thanksgiving to all of you out there. Yeah, I'm already getting the Black Friday. Black Friday deals are on or coming. Man, I just don't know about Black Friday. They've destroyed it. Ever since COVID, it's just Black Friday is all week long, all month long. No more waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning and heading to Walmart anymore and fighting with people to save $25 off that 70-inch TV. That's my TV. Remember they'd bring out like 8 of them, and it was just a free-for-all brawl to see who was going to get the TV. And then I think they started taking tickets or doing different stuff to try and stop people from attacking each other. Oh, it's crazy. My cats are so mad at me. Chunk tried to get in here at the last break. He was like, let me in. Let me in. Why are you in your room with the door closed? That's my room. Damn it. Yeah, my cat's, my Sunny cat, she just like lives in here. She lives on my chair. She's always laying on my chair. But she's mad at me. She's mad at Chunk. She's mad at the world right now. But, yeah, crazy stuff. Let's see what we haven't talked about yet today. We talked about a lot of stuff. My dryer still isn't working. Yeah. Maybe we'll do what's in my room coming up next. If nobody wants to call in. We find something in my room that we can talk about. I could break out my scrapbook. That's pretty crazy. Show you some of the Wyoming paraphernalia or old Wyoming tickets that I have or from past games. I worked for UWTV and filmed I ran camera for all the football games, basketball games, volleyball games, women's basketball games, you name it. We were on it back in the day. So I got to go to like every football game for 5 years, every home game at least. But yeah, we'll think of something here to end the show. And actually, I was going to do a push-up challenge. Maybe we'll do that after the next commercial break. But I don't want to be too winded for the last 15 minutes of the show. But we'll see. You never know what's going to happen. Cowboy State Daily with Jake. I'm Jeff, filling in for you in Sheridan, Wyoming. Join the program, 307-620-8866. What do you got going on this Thanksgiving? What are you eating? Is it turkey? Is it ham? When are we eating? Are we eating early? 1 o'clock? 5 o'clock? We're still undecided on when we're planning on eating. First, the kids have to wake up. Stranger Things. Did you watch Stranger Things? They dropped 4 episodes last night. My daughter watched 3. Her and her boyfriend watched 3 of them, and then he was like, I have to go. The 4th episode's an hour and a half long, and it was already like 11 o'clock last night. I stayed up way too late last night. And she was like, come on, we've watched 3 of them. I go, why are you burning through all 4 of them? And the next one I don't think comes out until Christmas. But did you watch Stranger Things? What'd you think? Give me a call, 307-620-8866. She was going to come on and give you like a review, but I doubt she's awake. Maybe we'll go check on her and see if she wants to give us a little recap of Stranger Things. But we'll be back right after this.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Welcome back. Welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake this morning. My name's Jeff. Filling in for Jake on your Thanksgiving, November 27th. Good morning. We've got 15 minutes to go. Golden State Warriors anticipate Stephen Curry will miss around a week or a little more with a quad contusion. Well, that's not good. At least it's only a week. That just came across my phone. So I'm getting set up here to do a little challenge. When I started working out back in January of 2024. And one of my goals was to do 40 push-ups at one time without taking a break. And I finally hit it a couple months ago. Even after I bought a Peloton, and I've done, I think, 1,500 or 1,200, 1,300 rides and 1,200 strength exercises. I lost 50 pounds, and then I put on like 15, 20 pounds of muscle after doing all their strength exercises. So now, I got to stand up here. I'm not going to be able to do it after I've been hunched down here. So now for Thanksgiving, to give you some motivation after you getting ready to stuff your face, I'm going to attempt to do 40 push-ups right now. Well, here we go. Got my camera set up over here. I got two microphones over here so you can hear me on this microphone. Okay. Here we go. Take my glasses off. Can you see me here? Okay, let me put the camera up here a little bit. Okay. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. For Thanksgiving, for Daryl, let's do 40. Come on. 1, 8, 4. 10. 18. 20. 30. Come on. One more. 40. There's 40. All right. There we go. There's like 44 push-ups. Happy Thanksgiving. Woo. Still alive. Still kicking. Boy, that was rough. Let's get my camera up here. Woo. There you go. Did it. Because my brother-in-law or somebody said when I first started working out that a healthy, average guy should be able to get down and do 40 push-ups. Woo! It's not easy. But hey, give me a call while I'm catching my breath. 307-620-8866. See what's going on. If you're out there, I need a drink of water. But yeah, my Peloton, I used to talk about Peloton all the time when I was doing the morning show. It's been so crazy since I started doing Peloton. Like 3 or 4 of the ladies have been pregnant. So they've been in and out. The one lady, Emma Lovewell, I really liked her. And then she left last year on maternity leave. She's back now already. And can't even tell she had a baby. And then right now, Luann just left because she's like 8 months pregnant. Callie's still there. She's 6-7 months pregnant. Allie, she's still on maternity leave. I think she's about ready to come back. So yeah, 4 of them this year have had a baby or getting ready to have a baby. So I've been missing them. missing my ladies. I've had to do rides with Charlotte, who's in Germany, and put the English subtitles on. So, yeah. So now, tomorrow, you can see if Jake will pull off 40 push-ups for you. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. And I haven't worked out the last 2 days. One, I've been so busy trying to prepare for this show. We're getting all the technical stuff worked out. Again, big thanks to Jake for getting everything done. We've worked above and beyond, and he's had to stay up late, and all of his free time has been spent on trying to get me on the air and get everything going, and I think we pulled it off. So appreciate Jake and all his time for getting me on the air. I mean, we had to swap out the mixing board yesterday. That's how things have been going. I had a mixing board, and it just wouldn't talk right for what we need to do on a podcast like this with the audio bouncing back and forth. And so I got a different mixer yesterday, swapped them out, and it's worked, and everything's been great. But, yeah, our phone volume's a little low. Well, we'll get that fixed for next time. Because I will be back December 24th, 25th, and 26th. My wife last night was like, maybe we should go to California for Christmas. I was like, what? That's in a month, and I have to do the show. But she did come in here and tell me that I have to clarify. She did not call me an idiot. I'm sorry for saying that. She said, I can't believe you couldn't hear the lyrics. It's clearly Cadillac. Maybe I called myself an idiot. I think that's what it was. I said, no, I'm the idiot. And it was her cousin's wedding in New York. I missed NSYNC, the Judds, Kristen Alfonso, who was Hope, and Bo from Days of Our Lives at the Macy's Day Parade. Oh, it was NSYNC. Yeah, I was going to say there was one big boy band, and that's who I missed, was NSYNC. Baby, bye, 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 bye. Oh, man, now my arms are sore. I'm feeling it after not working out for 2 days. 40 push-ups. How many push-ups can you do? Give me a call, 307-620-8866. Let me make sure my phone line's still up here. Oh, yeah, it is. And maybe I just had to click on it. Are they there? It's connecting. Maybe. Oh, there we go. Oh, they hung up. Give me a call back. Somebody tried to call it 940? Am I missing calls? Maybe I should try calling them back. Let's try calling them back. Why not?
Hey, it's Stymie.
Hey, who's this?
Stymie, down in Cheyenne.
Oh, Stymie.
Schneidmiller.
What's up?
I thought I'd call the show, but looks like are you still on?
I'm still on the air, yes.
Well, I was listening to you earlier, and when we were talking about, lyrics and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know me, I'm a huge Def Leppard fan, and after seeing them 22 times over the course of my life, I don't want to look at the lyrics because then it turns disappointing if you know what they really are. Like you said, Cat in the Hat.
Yeah.
I can see where you got that and everything, but when you learned that, you don't like it as much. Is that just me?
I was very disappointed in myself and the song. Yeah, and exactly. It kind of turns you off. You're like, oh, okay, well, there goes that song that I didn't know the lyrics to. And Def Leppard, boy, yeah. I would love to hear people's interpretations of some of the Def Leppard songs compared to the actual lyrics.
You don't want to know what I say, but yeah, it makes it more fun that way. And then when you do actually hear it, you kind of go, no, I'm going to stay my way.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, in February, Albright, I, and my sister and brother-in-law, we're probably going to go out to Caesars to see him in residency out there.
Nice. Yeah, they're still amazing live. I mean, they're not Motley Crue. They're still doing it all live.
They're doing it the right way, right?
Yeah. Exactly. Now, Stymie, you're a huge Wyoming Cowboy fan.
I didn't go last weekend because I had to work, unfortunately. Plus, I wasn't going to pay high dollar for what they wanted to charge for that.
Yeah.
And I don't mind standing because you know me, I'm 55 years old. I still stand in the student section with the best of them.
Yeah.
But I love the fact that Josh actually looked like he was having a great time and everything.
Yeah.
And he wanted to be there, and you could sure tell. But it's too bad we have a product on the field that's just dismal, and they'll get killed by 30 because even our best teams go to Hawaii and get smoked.
Yeah. It's not an easy trip, and then you're playing at 9:00 at night. When last week you played at noon. Yeah, it's
right.
Like you said, yeah, our best teams will go over there and get smoked. So it's not going to be pretty, and they have nothing to play for.
I've graduated on to the Cowboy basketball team. I think we got something pretty good going on. I saw them on Sunday, and then last night they won by 40 almost, a little over 40, I think.
Yeah, they just destroyed DU.
I'm ready, and I love Sundance Wicks. I think he's our perfect fit. If the kids just buy into it and listen to him, I think we could have him for a long time and build something special here because we need something.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, the big thing is he's got a couple killer freshmen right now, and hopefully he can keep them because the portal is very nasty to the University of Wyoming.
Well, you saw last night that even the portal and the $1 million bonuses in that tournament, Gonzaga got smoked by 40 against Michigan, which is scary too, because I thought Gonzaga might be pretty good, which they still might be.
Yeah.
But
might have been it off now.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving to you. Hey, I wish we were all down in Wickenburg. That'd be fun. I like it down there. I used to live in Arizona, and I go to Wickenburg a lot, so that's a cool little town. Happy Thanksgiving to you and yours. I thought I'd chime in, and take care. Go Pokes, go Lions.
Yeah, exactly. Well, right on, Stymie. Have a great Thanksgiving. Thanks for calling in.
See ya.
Yeah, we'll see ya. There's Sean Stymie, down in Cheyenne. Yeah, he's a huge Wyoming Cowboy fan, and I follow him on Facebook, and it's just been painful this year. And he thinks the same thing. Sawbill should be gone. And yeah, tomorrow night might be scary with Wyoming out on the island in Hawaii, because it's not an easy place to play, and Hawaii is pretty good. Where's my cursor here? But yeah, we'll see. I still can't get to. I should have asked him. He's a Lions fan. We mentioned earlier, Lions favored by 3. That game is on at 11 o'clock this morning on Fox against the Packers. Packers-Lions, huge game. First place ramifications in the division. And then at 2:30, Chiefs-Cowboys, which is a huge game for both teams. Chiefs 6-5, Cowboys 5-5. Chiefs favored by 3.5 on the road. What's the over-under on that? 52.5. The Cowboys have just been unstoppable on offense, especially at home. And then the nightcap at 6:20 tonight on NBC and Peacock. It's not on Prime, even though it's Thursday night. It's Bengals-Ravens. Joe Burrow returns for the first time since, week 1 or week 2. And then tomorrow, the Black Friday game, Bears at Eagles. Huge game. Bears are 8-3. Eagles are 8-3. That's a 1 o'clock start time. And the Eagles are favored by 7. Big thanks to everyone who joined us this morning, the Cranberry Merchants out in Georgia, Daryl Smith here in town, our wonderful reporters. Jen joined us. Who else did we have? But everybody that joined us. Thank you so much for tuning in. Jake will be back tomorrow. I will return December 24th, 25th, and 26th. You can go and follow me on Facebook. I'm also on X. Just look up Jeff Rickett, Rickett. I think I'm Lawn Poke on Twitter. Go and follow me there. But it's been a blast. I can't wait to do it again. Big thanks for Jake for getting me on the air. Until next time, have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Don't eat too much.
10 a.m.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Prior to the 1930s, Thanksgiving in Wyoming included jack-o'-lanterns, costume parties, and going door to door for what was basically trick-or-treating. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that the proper outfit was to wear a mask and costume to dinner.
So historically, Thanksgiving was all about